Oh my. I can hear myself. Hello, Mr. Duplex. That was weird. I had me mic on monitor. Rally. Hey, Mr. Duplex, good to see you. How was your cruise? Hope you had a good time, my dude. Just doing anything. My iPhone said it had an update. Software update. But I wanted to sync it to my Mac to get some photos of it. I said I can't sync it to my Mac until I've done the update. Went to try and do the update. It says you don't have enough storage to do the update. So I'll just be deleting music off my phone. Hey Desiree, how you doing, dude? And I think it's going to do it. Do the update, then I can offload the photographs. Stupid, huh? Bloody iPhones, we can't stick freaking memory. Mind, a lot of phones do that now, don't they? Even some Samsungs you can't stick memory cards in. Idiots. Idiots. How's it going, Desiree? What's new, coffee lovers? Well, I don't know. Not too flat. Oh, really? Bit bumpy, bumpy, what was it? 25 stream streak from the Desiree. Thank you, dude. Much appreciated. Good time. So I'm glad you had a good time. Wales is good. Yeah, a couple of nights in Wales. It was good fun, actually. We went to see my father-in-law lives kind of south of Bristol, and then we just kind of passed through just to Abergavenny for a couple of nights. It was very nice. And we were lucky with the weather, actually. The weather was very good. So did a nice walk on the Monday up the local hill, Sugarloaf Mountain, I believe it's called. And it was good, yeah, had a nice time. Oh, 2 flat C. Oh, see, sorry, I misread that. No bumps from hotel, from like a hotel. Oh, okay. Were you hoping to be of a rock and a roll to make you feel like you're a bit of an old sea dog? I don't know. Yeah, you kind of want some sort of energy from the sea, don't you? I guess. I mean, I don't know. I'm just guessing. Come on, phone. What are you doing, phone? Stupid phone. Bloody phones, huh? It's not actually doing anything. Preparing update. I mean, what's it got to prepare? It's a small minor update. I don't know. Anyway, today, we're going to be trying something different. Now, the reason we're going to be trying this is I've been looking for some interesting flights to do. Always looking and Googling and all the sorts, and I've come up with a few interesting routes. One of which is not actually in that aircraft there, which is a Piper Arrows 3. Is actually in the Learjet. And it was a round the world trip back in 1976. When I was just but 8 years old, by the legend Arnold Palmer, the golfer. Now, he was obviously an aviator himself, and he took on the challenge of getting a Learjet 36 around the world in a record-breaking time, which he did in 57 hours, just stopping for refueling and the odd burger, I guess. I don't know. So I've been plotting that out and trying to work out how to do that. Now, there's a couple of obviously big obstacles. Back in those days, there was no such thing as GPS as such. So it's radio aid navigation, so VORs, NDBs, that sort of stuff. And also, of the age, a system called Omega, very low frequency, which was I've been reading a lot about. It's a very cool old system, that kind of just preceded the era of GPS. And it's a very, very, very clever system. Basically, there were 8 Omega stations around the world, cleverly positioned, that sent out these VLS, these very low frequencies. And from these 8 stations, you could then triangulate where you were anywhere in the world to a pretty good for its day, something like 2Ks or something, so depending on the weather, but a fairly reasonable idea where you'd be. So if you're flying across large expanses of ocean or land where there was no VORs or anything, then very clever. Now, unfortunately, this is not strictly true. Unfortunately, there's no things like that in Flight Sim. Flight Sim doesn't know anything about these old navigation systems. Kind of. So there's actually some external apps which I'll be using, which will simulate the usage of these old navigation systems, this old Omega system. And I haven't used it yet. I've been reading about it and trying to understand it. And that's basically what we're going to look at today, is this navigation system and trying to work out where we are using it. Well, I know where we are now. We're at Bournemouth Airport, but just to mess around with it to see whether I can get it working as expected, because we'll have a look at the routes that they took in their Learjet in 1976. Subsequently, later years, the record was skimmed off by other people in Lears, etc. But yeah, I'm always intrigued by these things of how these old systems worked. You know, it's pretty clever. It's very clever stuff using very modest equipment to a certain extent. Now, unfortunately, none of these Omega stations exist anymore. They were when the system became defunct in the early 80s. They were largely ripped down. There was one in Norway, funnily enough. I found all sorts of information. It's amazing people have been doing all sorts of research for Flight Sim for this. And there was one in Norway where there was wires strung across 2 hills across a fjord. So hills, fjord in the middle, and the radio transmitters strung across to send this stuff out. There were also some VLF stations themselves which were used as well. I think 8 of those at the time. There's lots more of those. And I've got the stream title. Those particular 8 ones, these are still used. These VLF transmitters are still used. Not the Omega ones, but these VLF ones. And the 8 that we can use actually still exist, and they're actually in the game. You know, you've probably seen them, I know, roundabout sometimes, these stations where it's kind of like 12 or so many masts, radio masts in the air, held down by wires, and they're still in use by military and people. There's one in the UK. There's a few around the world: UK, Japan, States, all sorts of places that send out these very low frequencies as well. The old Omega stations are gone, but these still exist, and they're still in use, a lot of them, for specialized services. So we will plop around some point later today and check some of those out. And so there's been some, there's always great people in the community who do great work about these sort of things and create lots of all sorts of information. So I've got some waypoints in a little nav map to see these VLF stations that still exist, and some clever software that people have written to emulate using the Omega system. Now, there is one aircraft in Flight Simulator that does this itself, the Black Square Starship. Now, the Starship was built around that era, kind of going into the 80s and 90s, with a very clever avionics package in it that could utilize Omega VLF to give you location, enhancing that with VORs, NDBs, and subsequently they've done GPS in it as well. But this was a pusher plane, which was twin props, pushing this Beechcraft Starship along. I don't actually have that, unfortunately. I've been reading about it last night. Again, very clever piece of equipment and a great avionics suite in it, and very clever stuff that Black Square have done. I might pick it up if it comes on sale sometime, because I looked at it but I didn't really understand all the clever stuff it could do. And this thing can actually navigate inbuilt in the plane, doing Omega navigation. Unfortunately, we don't have that, so we're going to have to use external systems. And that wouldn't help flying around the world in the Learjet 35/36, because that's what he used. There are other logistic issues with doing this flight. One, namely, the initial bits of the route were, he started and finished at Denver in the US of A, Denver to Boston, then Boston to Paris. Now, see, Boston to Paris is a right old romp. Depending how you plot it, 3,000 nautical miles plus or minus a bit, which unfortunately, even my Lear 35 with the extended tip tanks doesn't have enough fuel. Doesn't have enough fuel to make that. He used a Learjet 36, which was similar but had a larger central fuselage tank, about 500 600 pounds of fuel, or perhaps a bit more. But even then, I've fudged something in Simbrick to try and work out a route for that, and I still couldn't make the route distance in there with no contingencies, nothing. Still couldn't do it. So I'm not quite sure how he got from Boston to Paris. He obviously did in how many hours it was. I've got all sorts of information on that, but I haven't quite worked out how he did that yet, or how I'm going to do it. So majority of the legs, apart from that one, will fit into a normal stream. They're kind of 5-6ish hours. We can like elongate the stream a bit. That one, I don't know, because I don't know how I can fly it. First point, because I can't make it. I may have to kind of emulate having a larger tank in the middle and just kind of top it up mid-flight when I've used kind of what he had extra, something like that. I don't know. But to do that in the most direct line possible, I need to use the Omega system. Otherwise, you'd have to go, the old route of, Greenland, Iceland, and down. Canada, Greenland, Iceland, then down Scotland and through, which adds another 400 nautical miles to the route anyway. Doesn't work. Obviously, you could go that way and stop and refuel. That's an option. But I kind of wanted to time myself doing it, individual legs from A to B, to see how long it took and see how close I could get to 57 hours to do it. But we'll have a look at all this in the charts and stuff. Well, I've actually, funnily enough, I've actually looked at, I want to get an old vintage plane. There's a few on my kind of wish list. One of them's a Stearman, and the other one's an old Tiger Moth. Yeah, exactly. Exactly. So there's a couple of planes I'm actually looking at when they come on special price. We like things on a special price. And two of those are a Stearman and a Tiger Moth. Or both. I don't know. Because I kind of feel that's the kind of the last gap I have in my kind of my hangar. Anyway, that's the plan today. We're going to have a look at this Omega. See if my poor old brain can work out how to do it. Again, there's good documentation that comes with it. There's an example from somewhere in, I don't know, the Caribbean to work this out. But we're going to do it from Bournemouth, and we'll kind of apply the same logic to set up this navigation machine, this receiver, this Omega receiver, to know where we are roughly at the moment. And then when we fly, it will then track our progress. And give us information which we then replot to then hopefully work out where we think we are. Obviously, there's a shit ton of information. I can look at charts and map and blah, 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 and I know where I am. But we'll turn as much of that off as we can. And I can see from the ground. All right. We'll take off and we'll fly over the ocean somewhere. Or we'll head towards, I don't know, wherever. But it's a preview, and then we'll jump into the old Learjet and just do some messing in that, because it's been a while since I've flown that. To reacquaint yourself, and also I just want to do some testing in it as well, just to get some figures on fuel burn up to like 45,000, which is why he cruised at, because that thing can go high. Just to see whether the figures I've got, or the figures Simbrief are using, aren't quite accurate enough to predict fuel usage. I don't know. There's lots of things I need to work out before flying from Boston to Paris over the Atlantic without running out of fuel, because that would be embarrassing, apart from wet. But it's amazing when you look out there and you kind of hunt around. You start digging up all sorts of lovely. If you like flying your tubes with computers and stuff, they do it all for you. Cool. But if you like delving into kind of the older, weirder stuff that was used, then it's clever old stuff, isn't it? Clever old stuff, and a bit of this. Well, not me, but the people who worked all this shit out in the first place to do this, to kind of give them a best guess of where they may be, before they get somewhere where they can fine tune it with a VOR or an NDB, or one of those two things to kind of get them to an airfield. So that's what we're going to be looking at today and possibly tomorrow. It may take me 6 hours a day to work out to achieve absolutely nothing, which is kind of normal, I know. But yeah, good fun, eh? I hope you enjoy it. Yeah, well, that's the thing, isn't it? It is great to have the old kit, but sometimes you need a bit of modern aids, because, as you say, it can get very sticky very quickly, and then you really are, I wouldn't say up Sheep Creek without paddle, you're up, I don't know, Sky Creek with, I don't know, doesn't work, does it? Anyway, do you know what we need, though? Not quickly, instant. Yeah, well, yeah, true. Yeah, literally can't see where you're going. We've all been there in a car, haven't we? Which is, at least you're on the ground, but you're driving along and suddenly you're into a pea soup, and it's like, whoa, shitballs. You can't see anything. And it's usually dark, so you can't use your lights. Is my phone doing anything yet? So we've wasted half an hour or 6 hours. It still says preparing for an update. What the fuck's it doing? Bloody iPhones. No wonder that man's resigned from his job after 25 years. Nonsense. And there was any other phone takes so long to do an update. Just so I can offload some photographs. Don't know. We'll see if that completes before the end of the stream. Huh. Anyway, should we get a coffee, Dazara? Does Dazara fancy a coffee? That's what we want to know. I've been trying to tune the sound on the camera, the phone, but it's largely shite, unfortunately. I don't know what to do with it, really. I was messing around with it up here this morning, but it is largely rubbish. But, it is what it is. Right, let's... I think I definitely need a coffee, trying to ease my brain through this. I'll see you down in a minute. No, I don't know if the sound's any better. I've got to. Gonna warm up now. Okay. We'll have a grape while we're waiting. I use my lovely Hudson Orbital mug. Stick that there to warm that up. Not very warm, we'll have to do. Don't know any biscuits, unfortunately. It's a bit of a bum. Needs a clean. I'm just boiling some water in the kettle, just top it up. I still haven't worked out what I'm doing for dinner tonight, which is a bit of a problem. I'm sure I managed to get coffee on the wall. Coffee gets everywhere. Oh, very nice. Righty. Yes, I'm decided which, but yeah, I quite like the Tiger Moth. It looks like it's very good actually. But the steam one does look fun as well. So kind of need an old job like that, I think, to fly around. Righty, now all this nonsense. Okay, so where's the other information? One second. So the guy put some of this stuff together. I mean, he's also got a copy here of the navigation system course book. This was a system run by the US Coast Guard, the Omega system, and there's a 400 page document telling you all about it and all the marvelous things about it. I mean, it's not very well copied in, but with mathematical formulas and all the good stuff. My brain couldn't cope with that. Where are we? What is Omega? Omega is a worldwide, internationally operated, ground-based radio navigation operating at a very low frequency band between 10 and 14 kilohertz, providing continuous medium accuracy aid to navigation for air and marine, for en route traffic, en route oceanic navigation, and domestic en route air navigation. The normal fixed accuracy of Omega is 2 to 4 nautical miles. When not originally intended for land navigation or non-navigation purposes, it's been used for other blah 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 blah. The system consists of 8 widely separated transmitting stations that emit continuous wave VLF signals. Receiver determines the position from a range of measurements based on phase of the received signals from 2 or more Omega stations, or by phase comparisons. So basically, these waves will kind of bounce along between, the land and up in the atmosphere for incredible distances. And basically, as we'll have a look, you use a system of picking pairs of these stations, multiple 2 or 3 pairs of stations, to give you this fixed information. It grew out of research and long-range electronic navigation systems which took place during and after World War II. Began broadcasting in the early to mid-70s. And then I think it got phased out in the mid-80s. When newer stuff came along. Hello, Mr. Hawk. Anyway, there's lots of information there. Thankfully, the guy, oh God, the guy who built the software to do the simulation of Omega did a very good idiot's guide for me of how to use its bits of software and plot this stuff. This is basically what the interface looks like. I don't know why he chose this font, because it's bloody hard to read on the device. But anyway, we'll look at this and we'll try and, as I work out and plot where I am now, perhaps it will come a bit. We've got coffee, thank you. A bit clearer as to how this all hangs together. Possibly not. And then we've got the wonderful devices themselves. We've got the charts application. Basically, doesn't look like much there, but you can zoom in on this thing, and this will basically show you, depending on the pairs of things you select, this will become more clear as well. We'll show you the lines of the pairs, so you could actually work out, say for where we are down in sunny Bournemouth. To allow you to start doing triangulation, so you can see what we've. I don't know if you can see that on the screen. If that shows very well, does it? So, for example, this down here, BC671. You're using station B and station C, which links those stations together. And the lines between them, so line 671, 672, 673, 674, thanks to the Lurkhawk, between these stations. And you'll basically use 2 or 3 pairs of these to obviously give you a triangulation as to actually where you are. So that's one of the fantastic apps that this guy's written. And the other one is obviously the Amiga transmitter itself. Where you set up your pairs you're using, define your starting point, and then as you move along, it will then count the lanes and work out your progression as it receives the transmitters you're tuned into, and you'll use that information to then replot yourself, potentially, to give you an idea roughly within that, depending on atmospheric conditions, rain, all good stuff, whereabouts you are. Oh, nice. The M400, yeah, the Atlas, yeah, nice, dude. Purrs away, that fella, doesn't he? Lex gets those landing on the beach near him, which is very cool. In Wales, they land on the sandy beach sometimes. I haven't flown that. I haven't tried that in flights for ages. I don't know kind of how it fares at the moment. Okay, so what we're going to try and do first up is I've only got nav app open. Is we're going to create our starting point. So in little nav map, kind fella created these 16 points of interest in that you could use in here, just to show you where these stations are. So the closest one to me in the UK is up here, kind of west of Carlisle, and I went there yesterday and it's actually there in game. We'll have a look at some of these later. That's one of the VLF stations. These are mega ones. These old things, these don't exist anymore, sadly, so we can't actually see those. I don't think not you. Close it down. See all that. So I've got loads of websites here I kind of got down. This was a thread someone was talking about all this stuff, and this was in game. So this was the Brightland Amiga transmitter, and it had wires apparently strung across here, over the fjord between the mainland left and the island of Aldra, dismantled in 2002. So that would have been great to see. One in Trinidad, Liberia. I mean, you can still see where this stuff was on the ground. The station isn't there now. You can see the markings of some of them. Hawaii, Dakota, still see the markings on the ground, what used to be. Reunion Island. That's a good one in Argentina. This is all in-game footage. This is all photographs from in-game. Australia, you can still see the outlines of it. One in Japan, can't really see much there. And then these VLF stations, these actually are still in game. You can't really see that one there. Some of them, that's in Japan. Great Britain, this is the one I went to. You can see the masts poking up. This is actually in game. Maine, Hawaii, you can still see the transmitters. Maryland, Washington, Puerto Rico. So this one's actually still existing game, which is pretty cool. So I've been to the where are we? The Great Britain one, which I just showed you on a little map out kind of west of Carlisle. So we'll have a look at some of those as well later if we get around to it. So the isometric G good about Wales, other than is there something good about Wales? Yeah, Wales is beautiful, my dude. Beautiful countryside where we were. Stunning. Abergavenny is kind of in this. Well, it's in the. I guess the valleys, Monmouthshire. It's beautiful. It's surrounded by 3 pretty decent hills, and we went up Sugarloaf Mountain. It was quite a nice walk actually. It was a lovely day and clear. Quite chilly up top, even though it was bright sunlight. It's chilly when the cloud went. The sun went in when the cloud came over. I was going to show you some photographs, but seeing as Apple can't be asked to do the update on my phone, I said install now. Install now. What's the matter with you? How is that so difficult? Now it's verifying the update. Spent half an hour preparing for the update, and now it's verifying it. It hasn't done it yet. I despair. I despair. What else can we show you? So this is the. That's the Learjet that he flew around the world in. Freedom's Way USA, November 200 Yankee. That was the Learjet that did the round the world trip that Arnold Palmer flew in. I was going to see if I could try and create that livery, but I haven't got around to looking at that yet. And that was the certificate of doing it. National Aeronautic Association. Denver to Boston in 3 hours 18. Boston to Paris 8 hours 52. Corrected, yeah, 8 hours 52 it took to do that leg. Paris to Tehran 5:38. Tehran to Colombo 5:54. Colombo to Jakarta 4:47. Jakarta to Manila 3:50. Manila Wake Island 6:13, Wake Island to Honolulu, 4:19, and Honolulu back to Denver, 6 hours 54. Really cool stuff. It's great. I love this old aviation history. It's awesome stuff, isn't it? It is very, very cool. Okay, so we need to try and work out and plot where we are at the moment. So I'm just going to read these instructions here because I've looked at this, but I haven't actually done it. This is not based on where we are, but so I think we need to look at not that one. We need to look at this fella. And I don't think I can make that any bigger, really, unfortunately. I think the actual image it draws is kind of limited. Okay, slowly get into the airfield. Well, actually, that's actually quite handy. Look at that, to give us a rough idea. We're actually parked just down here. So looking at those lines, we've got BC running across that way, DE running that way, and FG. So I think they'll be our pairs: BC, DE, and FG. So BC, DE, FG, and I think if we just stick that to AA, it will disappear. Okay, so there are three pairs: BC, DE, FG. BC, DE, FG, and that will give us the triangulation we're looking for. I just need to... There's all sorts of stuff in the back end here I need to just get out now. 1 second. Map themes, Omega. Was it what I say? BC, DE, FG. BC... Okay, I've got... There's an overlay I can put a little nav map that will show me these, but I've got to find the right one to do it. Not I can find the right one. Why have I not got... Have I not got that one? Uh-oh. Houston, we have a problem. Standby caller. Nothing's ever simple, is it? Oh, that is all of them. $56. It is all of them. Okay. Why can I not find the one I'm looking for then? Am I an idiot? BC. I can't find an overlay that can gives me that. DE, DF. We got a BC FG at all? No. I'm confused. Confused.com. I knew this would tax my poor little brain. We don't need that for the moment, but we'll think about it in a minute. Okay, so the receiver program, which is this fella here, we need to stick into there, BC, so how do you turn him on? B, C is one of them. D, E. And F, G. F, G. So B, C, D, E, F, G. And then we need to put onto that the actuals where we are. So what I say we are, we're parked here somewhere. So BC would be 67297. 672. DE is 794. And FG is 724. So basically telling the machine where we are now, using the chart we've got here. What we can do is look in these charts which we've got here as well. So this all kind of this is all proper stuff. I mean, it's crazy. So if we look in here, it says on this thing, it says we need to go to page 58. Okay. So we go to page 58. And page 58 then says we're in this area here. We need to go to page 3627. That doesn't give us as much granular as the actual chart app does it itself. Because we're kind of in here, but it doesn't really... Oh, it's interesting that's got completely different pairs on it, isn't it? That's using AD, BH, and DH, isn't it? What's that one? BD. AD... I didn't actually see... AD... AD, BH, BD, AD, BD. I don't know which ones you choose from that. I mean, AD and BD are nice. And then what's this one, perhaps? What's the red one? Don't know what the red one is. AB. AB, AB, AD, BD. AB, yeah, okay, so I've got to think of that. Okay, so perhaps we use those ones instead. All right, okay, 1 second. Extract all. I'm just extracting an overlay for a little nav map. We've got one of those. We've got AB, AD, BD. We'll use AD, ABBD instead. Why have we got an ad break starting? The hell? Did you not take my ad at the start of the stream? Oh, freaking Twitch is getting right on my tits these days. Still not getting transcoding. I thought I'd fix transcoding at the weekend by logging out and logging back in, and it came up first time. But now, we haven't got it again. Really had it up to here with Twitch these days. Really have. We're going to have to run an advert to get rid of the bloody adverts. Fucking hell. Twitch is such a knob, isn't it? It really is. Let's move that. Right. So we need to change our receiver to AB. Let's turn these off and start again. So we're saying AB and we're saying AD. Hopefully this will become a bit easier once we've done this once. BD. Alrighty. So then on AB we are 795. On BD we're 845. I do apologise. We're gonna have to run an ad in a second to get. I'm snoozing for the moment. Hacking Twitch. AB 795. AD 741. Thank God someone invented GPS, huh? And BD 845. Oh my word. Righty. So that should be set up for where we are now. 795. 741 and 845. Okay. Alrighty. Where's my mouse? You can see we're getting all of the. Okay, so we've done that bit. We've done that bit. So we get a little nav map now, and we open up and put that theme on I've just opened up. That's the map at the moment. If we go here and we do theme ABADBD, you can see it's the same thing as the charts, but it's just overlaying a little nav map. And hopefully it will focus itself. Will it? I don't know. So we've got AD 741, BD 845 in a bit, and AB 796. Okay. Just so we can see a little nav map if we wanted to, where we wouldn't have that on. We'd turn off our plane on here, but at least we'd see. I don't know how you turn that off. There is a way of turning them off, but should we want to? And I think that's probably it set up. He says. So now if we turn these on, it's now counting. So when we move, it should then track our movement for these lanes. And if we fly kind of that way for half an hour, we should be able to watch these and see them change. So if we flew 741, we're quite close to getting out 741 there, aren't we? So 740, yeah. Oh, that's going higher, isn't it? We need to fly. I just want to see it actually change. So we fly northeast. Then AD should go to 740, not too far away. Yeah, 740. Yeah, not too far away. So if we take off and fly northeast, kind of we're taking off that way anyway, and then we should see that fella, which is this one here, AD, decrease down, go to 740, etc. Just to get an idea, and hopefully we've set this up correctly. We may not have. We may have. Let's get into this and get this thing started up. I thought it was easy doing this initially than doing the... I've got little controls in the house. Don't want that one, don't want that one.
System test okay.
Righty. We've got fuel and stuff. This over. Yes, good. Just make sure stuff's working. How many times we got into a plane and it's not working? We're not being a proper pilot this morning. We're just testing stuff out. Just gonna get up and rotate, and just want to see if the fella then tracks us properly. That's what we want to see. Obviously, you're not going to see it change drastically just with getting up in the air and just flying a little bit kind of northeast of here. But hopefully, obviously, flying across the Atlantic, you'd see these lanes gradually tick, 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 tick. Then you'd look on the receiver there, and then kind of, hopefully, what did we say? We wanted to go kind of 60 degrees or something when we take off. We're going heading mode and climb up a bit. And see what happens. Beautiful day, beautiful day. I keep checking myself to make sure it was actually on live weather. I just look out the window and it is a blue sunny sky, so that's good news. Righty. There was an update for freaking We're going to have to run a block of adverts just to get rid of bloody adverts. Oh, YouTube, anybody? Okay. Okay, let's fly. Good, 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 good. Let's get the wheels up. There's lots still. I mean, the wind's been hustling lately. Very windy yesterday. It's moderated a bit today, which is quite nice. Righty, let's stick that into heading mode and get us heading around that sort of direction. And we'll slowly climb up. And we'll just have a look. Let's have a look at the counter. Is the counter ticking? Where's the counter gone? Are they changing at all? They're not changing. Oh, there we go. Tick. It's going very small changes, but I saw a tick then. Cool. Yep, definitely ticking, isn't it? Definitely ticking. Yeah, there we go. Definitely ticking. Can you see that ticking? Okay. I can't make that fella any bigger, unfortunately. That's as large as that window would go. Can't scale him at all. $748.7. When I first read the details of his flight and said he was using an Omega navigation system, I was like, what the hell's an Omega nav? I know what an Amiga was a computer. I know what Omega is. It's the letter of the Greek alphabet. But I'd never heard of the Omega navigation system. Whether this receiver he's done here is what it looked like, I don't know. I've been struggling to find, unless I'm Googling the wrong things, much physical evidence of these things, other than just come across it per chance through looking at Mr. Palmer's flight. But it's definitely ticking, isn't it? They're definitely ticking. Oh, so we're talking about flying long distances. Perhaps we should have gotten to the Learjet because we would have been going faster. Would have made more sense from that. Would have made a lot more sense. We'd see the things ticking a lot quicker, wouldn't we? We'll do that. It's just proof of concept. And then we can land and jump into the Learjet. Because that will get us moving a lot quicker. Okay, so we need to go to that PDF with the charts in it to find the lines to use, because that will tell you the lines to use. Stick those into the chart app so you can kind of zoom in and make sure that's good, and then we're good in here. Yeah, so we should be about 874 Sorry, 740 and a half or something. Yeah, 0.61. Just looking on the nav map. I can't snooze the ads anymore. All right. What are we going to do here? We've got no ad free. So if we run a minute and a half, then so sorry about this. I normally get this out of the way before the stream, but Twitch has been an absolute dick as usual. So we should be descending through 794. We are 0.88. We're about 740 and a half, correct. And on that one we're about 8457. Yeah, okay. I'm just looking at a little nav map just to kind of see if that all ties up. Where's the charts thing? Let's get rid of that. Right down. And it does kind of tie up with what the machine is saying. Which is cool. I don't know if the only way to not show your aircraft on here is to disconnect from the flight sim. I think, I don't know. Similar to aircraft. Highlight. Aircraft trail. Don't know. Right, I apologise. We're going to have to run some ads to get rid of these because otherwise we're going to be ficking around all day with them. You're not going to miss anything. I'm just going to fly in a straight line for the moment. I just want to see this thing tick over. And I'll be back shortly once we've massaged these ads out of the way. Stand by. gets rid of them for 3 hours now, so mid-roll as it is. Okay, how's the counter doing? Let's have a look. Okay, so we've dropped down. We're into 793s on there now. Oh, we're about to tick over in 740, so we're about to cross over a line here. So we're 73997. Oh no, we've crossed over. Sorry, we're 739. So we've crossed over from 740 to 739. We're going that way, aren't we? Sorry. Yeah, so we've actually crossed over. So that's right. So it's tying up, isn't it? What his machine is saying with his red digits here seems to be tying up. So 7399, yeah, sounds about right. The red ones were 7945. No, 7935, yeah. And the black one, we are 8463 or something. Yeah, 8463. So from these numbers here, in the red numbers, I could plot where I was on this map to say I'm roughly here. Now, depends how degrees of accuracy you do it, but it'll be good enough if you're flying transatlantic from Boston to Paris, provided this doesn't go offline, in which case you're fecked. You'd be able to then leave the coast of the States, start off in the right direction, and every now and then, based on where you'd hope to be, do a check, much like you do with celestial navigation. You do a check. Where am I now? Where do I think I am? This is a lot easier than doing celestial navigation because that involves a lot of brain power, which is something I still want to do. I still want to look at doing that. Just never got around to doing it. Pretty cool, huh? Pretty cool. So yeah, according to this, we're just west of Winchester. It's a shame that you can do this just as a transparent goodie, but cool. That seems to work, right? Let's work out. Hey, Kitten, how you doing? Welcome in. Where can we go and land quickly? Let's get down to EGVP, which is just over there. In theory, we should be able to glide there. This is the lovely thing about this smart glide. We are in gliding distance of the airfield, but no, yes, definitely do it. Definitely do it. Click on that link now, and we'll have a mob party there. Guess it's it there. Is that what you call them? A mob party? I don't know. Have you looked at this before, Kitten? Omega Navigation. Never heard of it. Well, I hadn't until recently. I'll get on the ground and we'll have a look at more about it. It was kind of a pre-runner to GPS. So it was 8 very low frequency stations around the world that you could use using your Omega receiver on board your plane to basically triangulate your location to within 2 to 4 kilometers distance. that sort of zone. As you say, oh, big deal, it's not great, is it? But hey, it gets you in the vicinity of somewhere, and hopefully then you've got a VOR or an MDB, which then pulls you into the last bit. Very cool. I'll drop some links in the chat so you can peruse the good stuff if you're interested about it. And did you know that the Black Square starship actually has can actually do Omega navigation in it? I didn't realise that. It's actually got it actually had an Omega receiver in it. No, not coffee. Still got some coffee here. Okay. So that thing in the top left is an external application that someone wrote to kind of do Omega navigation. So I don't know if you can see it very well. Basically what it's saying is I'm currently looking at a line between A and B stations, a line between A and D stations, and a line between B and D stations. And it's telling me which particular line I'm on. So the AB, I'm on 792.7. AD, I'm on 739.97. I'll show you a map in a second. And BD, 847.27, which relates to these lines here. Now, obviously, you can't see the map there, but this is just giving you an idea of what these grids look like all over the world. You can see as you scroll out, this is what these look like. These waves as they circumnavigate the globe. And you can use them to kind of 2, 3, 4 pairs of lines to work out where you are, which I think is pretty damn cool. And so the reason we're doing this, Kitten, is I'm planning on emulating Arnold Palmer's around the world trip he did in his Learjet back in 1976, where he threw a Lear 36 from Denver around back to Denver again. And it's obviously 3 legs, 1 major leg from Boston to Paris. Have we just flown straight over the airfield? We have. We weren't looking. We just want to find land somewhere, then we'll jump into the Learjet. And we should see the lines tick over a lot quicker. Tesco's Americano with hint of caramel. It sounds, oh no. You drink coffee now. Oh, nice one, Hawk. Tesco's Americano with a hint of caramel. Oh my word. That sounds very exotic. So whether we'll get Sim Update 5 this week, I don't know. There was another beta went out on Tuesday night, was it? Where's the wind coming from? Wind 4 knots. Okay, let's do a quick. We'll do a quick rotation here and get ourselves down.
Sync rate.
Oh, shush now.
Sync rate.
We'll just get ourselves down on the ground, and then we'll transfer over to the Lear. Actually, what we could do actually is we could actually just to try this out. is we can actually jump to Boston. And kind of try this out for real, I guess, or somewhere. We'll see. Just get so we're flying over ocean with no indication of anything other than. And we'll check when we land on the ground. We'll just check. We'll check on the numbers it's given us, and we'll plot them down, and just make sure it kind of. I'm pretty sure it will be. I have tremendous faith in this system, and this guy who's written this little receiver for Omega to give us the info we want. We've got a quite stiff 21 knot crosswind here. This could get a bit cheeky, couldn't it? Centre line is optional, I think. Yeah, he's getting blown right, of course, here. It's a good job it's a wide runway, isn't it? The poor little Piper was getting blown all over the place. Right, let's have a look at the numbers. So, that is telling me what's the best way to do this? So if we look at a little nav map, that is telling me on AB, which is the red one. You can't see because the thing's over the top. Let's get rid of that down. That is telling me 792.97. So 792.97. So close to this one here. 740.29 on AD. 740.29. So kind of there somewhere. Actually, let's draw these on. Let's do 792.97. 792.97. Let's draw. Let's draw that. 740.29. 740.29. Oop. Something like that. And 847.32. 847.32, so somewhere kind of like that. So we kind of think we're kind of there somewhere. So we changed our view to our normal map. Let's put some stuff back on this so we can see. Close-ish. I probably didn't plan it very accurately, but you know, so what's that? It's kind of, that's saying, you know, what's that? It's a mile. That's a mile away. We're saying, well, it's not very accurate. Well, it's not bad, is it? It's not bad considering, you know, we're using 8 radio stations, well, 3 pairs of radio stations. So AB, AD, and BD. We're using 1, 2, 3 different radio stations from around the world to give us a pretty good approximation where we are. Obviously, you wouldn't fly to an airport using it. You fly into the vicinity, and then you've got a VOR. I'm still not showing that. Oh, you see, look, that's the range ring for that Taken. But if you're flying from here to here, there's no nav aid in the middle of this. But as long as you can get from here and you're doing checks, so if we look at the, okay, that's not what we want. If we look at that from Boston to Paris, I mean, that's a straight line. But where the feck are you on there? You know, do you know what I mean? You've got no idea here where you are. But you could plot points on your paper chart at various places and you'd have a good idea. So if you're kind of flying in that direction and the wind's blowing you off here, well, you can make an adjustment and then start flying north a bit. You know, much like the way you do with celestial navigation, you kind of plot where am I and then do an adjustment to kind of adjust for the winds you're hitting. So you'd probably end up kind of, you know, zigzagging a bit across there to get from one side to the other side. I mean, I think that's pretty bloody cool. And this bit of software here seems to work very well. I think that's awesome. So I think what we'll do is, let's shut this baby down. I think what we'll do, let's spawn in Boston with let's turn these off, and we'll do the process again from Boston in the Learjet. We've got the passenger long range here, which still doesn't have enough range in it for me to do this. We've got to work the plan for that. Lear cat. Feel alive. For something better to you. What's the word? 210. So let's take off on good time. So now we can spawn near there, isn't there? A good time. You heard controls on Vaxim love this aircraft. Really? Why do they hate it so much? Now, unfortunately, there's no way of, there's no way of, it is a pocket rocket. There's no way of turning off GPS navigation in this plane. There's no non-GPS option. And also doubly on that, this is my lovely G-Wall. There's no way of manipulating the nav and COM1 without a GPS, which is a bit of a shame, really. These down here are COM2 and NAV2 and a couple of ADFs. So without a GPS unit of some description in here, there's no way of using Navon and COM1, which is a bit of a shame, really. Let me just start up Moby Flight so we get some controls. because these puppies down here just do COM2 and NAV2. So the only way to change NAV1 and COM1 is through one of the combinations, this or the GNS 530. Unfortunately.
TOS, system test OK.
So, before we fire this puppy up, let's turn it down. Let's replot and get our starting position, because that's going to be quite important, obviously, to work out and set up the machine. So we've got the machine. We need the PDF of charts. PDF of charts. So we are we're in here, aren't we, Boston? So we're on page 57 we need to go to. 57. And then we are just in here, aren't we, Boston? We're just in the lip here. So that's page 3529. Sponsored by IKEA, yes. And we're just in the nook here, aren't we? Boston's, I think Boston's just in here, isn't it? So what lines have we got here? We've got pairings of, we've got AD, AB, AD, AB, AD, and BC? Is that a thing? Is that a pairing? AB, AB, yes. AD, BD. Can we do BD? Yeah, we can do BD. Okay. So we can do AB, AD, BD. As it was, funny enough, it's the same AB, AD, BD as what we had before. Funny enough. So let's power on this. Dun, dun. AB, AD, BD. So we got, let's double check. AB is the red one. AD is this one. And BD is the green one. Okay, so we can do that. We can do that. So let's just get a bit more accurate using his charts thing. So AB, AD, BD. Dun, dun. Ba-ba-ba. Boston. It's just loading in the map as we scroll in, so it could take a couple of seconds just to refresh. So we are parked we're parked just in here somewhere, I think. I think it's as far as... Oh no, we can go in further. We can go in further. So we're kind of here somewhere, I guess. So that'll be on AB, it's 845. 845. AD, we are 1013. We'll double check this in a minute. And then on BD, we are 1067. So AB, double check, 845, about 93. Yep, that's what it's showing here. AD 1013.1. Yep, seems good. BD 1067.18. 1067.18. Okay, so that's good. So we've set up the machine. The machine is golden. We can switch on our lane counters, and that'll be good to track us now. That'll be good to track us. We'll look at little map in a second. Let's get this puppy fired up. I think I took the binding off of that, didn't I? Yeah. We've got an amount of fuel. Let's top that right up. So we're on 6988. The Lear 36 has got another £600 compared to this, I think. So we need to make a plan on that because we won't get very far with it, unfortunately. Let's make sure throttles and everything are working. They are. They're off. Beacon light can come on. Nav light can come on. That's all good. Righty. What's Boston VRR is 1127. Let's add in Paris. Let's add in okay, what can we are we going to do that fast find? We don't want fast find. Nearest search name. Boss. Enter Austin. Muppet. Insert after. And then that's all we really need, to be honest. That's all we need. We just leave it on there so we can't see anything. Let's just do some stuff so we're good to go. Okay, so our beam counters are ready to go. 69. Alrighty. So we'll just taxi and take off from... I guess we could just take on runway 14. It's right here. It's only 7 knot crosswind, so that'll be fine. And we'll just head straight out on that initially, and then what I need to do sometimes is build a better... I have got a little nav map profile for this plane that I found from... I think it was I don't know, I think I got it from... I don't know where I got it from. But I need to build another one just to kind of doing a sip mode, long range cruise mode, just to see what I can eke out of this. Because Simbri says I can't make it even with a bigger center tank. Oh, 1 second. What else do we need to do? I think it's probably, if at the moment set up our trim. Why is my trim not working? Uh-oh. There we go. Just do up trim until the trim light goes out. And just fettle it back a bit. So we're literally just in the takeoff trim. Good. Stalls can come on. Now we're going to go up to 45. Cool. I think and launch into space. Let's double check the machine. This machine is on and running. Okay. Our beam counters are working. Our beam counters are working. Right. Parking brake can come off. Let's make sure this is all working. Sorry, fella. No time for niceties. No time for niceties, right. How the hell do we get to the runway from here? Up that away. And turn right here. A horrible thought occurred to me the other day, kitten. That slowly the possibility of having good freeware sceneries is vanishing, because so many places I'm looking at which had quite good freeware sceneries, paywares are coming out, and once paywares start coming out, the incentive for good third-party people who want to do stuff for the community just dies, because people are just going to use, they're going to go down the roads of average paywares, and there's no incentive for these guys to really, for the price of a coffee or something, to do all the huge amount of work they do to make fantastic freewares, and they're just going to go out of the window because no one really gives a shit anymore. And all these kind of nasty, cheap paywares that are really some of them are quite horrible and don't get updated very well, are just going to take over the scene. And it's going to be really hard to find anything half decent to use unless you want to spend 20 quid on the bloody scenery for every decent airport in the world, which is just ludicrous, isn't it? Just nonsense. Sadly, that's what I think anyway. I think it's just see it more and more that some of the good freewares I've seen out there just aren't getting updated. Well, exactly, and performance as well. You see so many pair airports where you get them, and it absolutely tanks your performance. You think, oh, I've got flight sim tuned. I've got it tuned. It's working beautifully. And then you add in a payware scenery, and your kind of steady 60 frames or whatever at a certain airport go down to 27 because the payware scenery you've paid 20 quid for, it's absolutely fucking horrible. It's beautiful, stunning, but it takes like half your frames away. Because they've added in people cleaning the floors inside the terminal, litter blowing around. Oh, yeah, I don't know. But, it just, it's a shame really, isn't it? It's a shame. Okay, I think we're golden. Let's get this puppy into the air and aircraft performance. Okay. Airspeed is alive. Rocket, rocket, rocket. 100, 120, and we're up. Gear coming up. Power down considerably so we don't break the aircraft. Flaps coming up. We're at 200 already. Crazy, huh? Crazy but true. Crazy but true. All right, are our bin counters ticking? Let's have a look. They are ticking. Cool. And we're off. Gear is up, flaps are up. There she blows, Captain, there she blows. Right, we're going to capture this VRR on the outbound, and then we'll soon leave it behind us as we head off over the Atlantic. And once it's gone, it's gone. We've got no idea where we are, apart from our bin counters. That's all we have. That is all we have. Okay, that's coming in. Let's arm that, and it should just jiggy us, and jiggity. That's 9,000. We're not climbing outrageously quickly here. We're just kind of doing a steady climb out. Just trying to be economical on the old fuel. It's 10,000. Okay, should we turn onto the VOR outbound now? 069. Oh no, it's gone off. Why did that go? How did that happen? What did I press then to turn that off? I don't know. The Learjet sounded better before the Boris sound update. Ah, well, I don't know. I've only ever had this version, so I couldn't comment on that. Why has that gone off again? Why is it? Is this a problem with the? I know there's quite a few problems with the TDS and navigation in this thing. Don't know why that keeps on dropping us. I know there's one thing they said is going to be fixed in the next update of this plane, where the these control knobs don't work properly at the moment. If you press these, they should toggle between com, nav, and page navigation, but they don't in this. Why does this keep losing navigation? Let's stick back on heading mode. I don't know what's going on. I don't know why it's losing navigation all the time. No idea. I've never had this problem with it before. We'll just go back on heading mode. That's 22,000. Right, our little bean counters should be moving quite quickly in this beast. Let's have a look. Let's keep an eye on them. We'll fly for a bit and then we'll check our location. Are they ticking? Can't see them ticking. Are they ticking? Tick. I saw them tick. Okay, cool. 27,000. This is, in theory, a 250 nautical mile VOR. But why it wasn't... It's just glitched, and you see that where it pinged in and out. That's 30,000. Good, good. Right, let's turn the baby down for a bit so we can hear ourselves think. Hear ourselves think. We're just going to drop ourselves down to 1,000 feet a minute. Climb. Which means we can come back on the old throttlage a bit. Save some fuel. So we've done 57 miles so far, so I'm not expecting. I didn't actually take note of what the should do that actually, to take note of what the readings were when we left, just to see how much they've changed by. But they're definitely still ticking, aren't they? What's this got? Climb 3,000. Cancel. Righty. So in the A350. That's 40,000 coming up. We'll see if we can. We're slowly veering towards this again, so we'll see if we can actually capture it and hold it, which would be quite nice, wouldn't it? So I don't know why that's dropping, but I'm hoping perhaps there's some updates coming. Say the I said apparently the function of these knobs is being fixed while they're not working. I don't know. They're working in every other plane, but not this one. Which is a bit odd. Is it something to do with the bevel or something, or this? I don't know. Something interfering, overlaying, or I couldn't see any. When I was looking at the behaviour debugs, I couldn't see any issues, but I know nothing. There's 40,000. Whoosh. I managed to redo the old the internals of the livery of this again, so it's. I want the seats a bit darker. I need to do those, but I've done all the tables and all the the interior parts and the wood and stuff how I want it, and all the stuff on here, and even in the cockpit as well. I've lightened all this up a bit because they redid them all when they did the texture updates. They changed the layout of some of the interior files and stuff, so I had to kind of redo it all, which I've slowly done. There's a couple of things I need to change to get it working in the cargo and the why are they those all shades up? The Medivac ones. Not to reuse those, but I'll get them sorted so they work properly. That's 42. Let's drop ourselves down to 500 feet per minute or thereabouts for the last couple of thousand, just to keep some speed up. We're doing 0.7, so we're not doing too badly. Too badly at all. At all, at all, at all. Raging Nation, how you doing? Welcome in. Good to see you. Sniff, sniff. En route climb. I'm trying to find a good setting for cruise power. That's 44. There's the beep. I've not flown this up at 45 before, so I don't know what to need to look at the charts in the handbook. Takeoff power. Oh, we'll get it then. We'll kind of manipulate to give us about 0.75 if we can do that, something like that. It's 44.6. We didn't actually go to stand. Did we change this? No, we didn't, did we? Give it a bit of a boost. Got it capturing. And we'll check the numbers and see where we are. $940. It's going to be very much a suck it and see, isn't it? Until I get some, I'm going to need to get some pretty good figures for this if we're going to do this round the world flight, to make sure that we can do a decent cruise and get to a decent cruise without burning a shit ton of fuel. Right, that's 45,000. Let's go back to, I don't know. Let's take back to 85. And so that does. Where's 0.75? It's about there, isn't it? Boom, 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 do, do. I did actually find some. What was I googling and I came across? Haven't we actually got because there's a decent proper document in the Discord. I think I took a copy of that. Flight menu. Here we go. It's just got Right, it's with the FC200. I think we got the 503 or something in this, haven't we? Got different autopilot, doesn't matter. Yeah, we're dropping off speed a bit there. Let's nudge him up. 86. I should actually bookmark the page. Probably have to do a few tests just to get some stuff nailed down. Still dropping down speed, aren't we? Oh, we take off. Oh, damn it. Where's those, to re-Google. We saw it in history, so look, history. It was on the Navigraph forums where one of the guys testing this plane was asking him about the profile in the sim brief. He had some pages up for let's see if we can find it again. Yes, here we go. Normal cruise. 10 fuel flow. Is that pounds per hour? Yeah, it's about 1,000. What we're doing, we're not doing five on each, are we? Where does that take us to if we go up to 400 each side, about there? 89. Let's see what it does to the speed. Let's see what it does to the speed. How are our numbers doing? Are we still ticking over? Whack-a-day, thank you to follow. How are you doing? Welcome in. Are the numbers ticking still? They are. What we can do, let's go to nav map. Let's disconnect myself from the sim. Let's clear that. Let's load in the theme. And let's plot ourselves just to see if we think we're in the right place. Let's have a look. So we want AB 84218. AB 842. Okay, 842. So we're kind of in this bit for the moment. It's good old ZX81. Yes, indeedy. I'll explain what we're doing in a second. AD997. AD 9 oh god. Oh. 997. Are we still on the right sort of AB? Let's have a look. Oops, nope, don't do that. Let's just put a, what we say, 99694. So we're literally on 997. So that's, obviously we've moved. So let's just draw a line in there. The AB was 841. 841, that's 841, 842, say 814, so kind of on there. And BD is 1054, 1054, nearly 1055, which is this next one here. Okay, so kind of that's where I roughly think we are. So we now do that and connect to simulator, connect. Well, not for, yeah, look, we've flown. We've been flying for the last, I think, 10 minutes while I've been procrastinating. And put it back onto a map. And I got rid of the trail, but, you know, you can see that that's pretty bloody good, isn't it? So looking at that, I think, well, shit, we're well off course. Not too bad, I mean, considering, you know, the great scheme of things, but obviously I should be working out. We still got the VOR, but that's actually too much. Look, we're actually smoking it now. That's way too much fuel burn, isn't it? Let's take it back to, that'd be about 988. That's pretty awesome, isn't it? It works. It bloody works. Obviously, you've got to work out your workflow of doing this for that distance. Of, you know, where do I need to be, and then adjusting it. Because, you know, the idea is we don't have this purple line when we're doing it. You know, we're not going to see any of this shit. And we won't really show that. And you just need to take these points, you know, we'll do one there, and then you'll take another one in another 15 minutes. Where are we? Are we kind of on course where we think we should be? I think that's pretty awesome. That is pretty awesome. Cruising at 45,000. Just got to work out some procedures for what burn to do at this height. See, we've got quite a bit of a tailwind. But obviously we don't even want to see this. I don't think there's any way of turning off. Yeah, we just won't have to have it on the screen. It doesn't really matter. We're not flying the plane, but it'd be nice to fly across the pond. Just using that navigation and nothing else. But unfortunately you can't disconnect this from the plane. Well, that'd be dangerous. That would be dangerous. We're 200 out now. I'm chuffed. I think that's awesome. The dude who's written this. What a genius. Obviously, the Black Square Starship will do this in the plane. It'll actually do Omega navigation in the plane. And we can have a look at a video of that. Anyway, he's just joined. Welcome. What we're looking at today is, firstly, getting a mindset around having to replicate Arnold Palmer's 1976 round the world flight in the Learjet 36. We're in a 35A with long range wing tanks, but he had a much larger 36 had a much larger central fuselage tank with a bit more fuel. Oh, it's the other thing. I need to work out fuel. And I haven't thought about fuel and transfer of fuel. I've never flown with this thing before. Is it automated transfer fuel? I don't know. We'll have to worry about that. I thought, oh, just only thought about that. Just thought about that. Where's fuel page? I don't know how this thing transfers from. Tip tanks are going down, so that's cool. I think so. They're good. Hey Piper, how you doing? Yeah, so he flew around in 57 hours and some small change around the world in 1976 in the Learjet 36. Without, obviously, these things in it, and using Omega navigation, so Omega system of plotting as we've done there, using combinations of some 8 transmitters from around the world. So we're using pairs at the moment. We're using we're using beacon A, B, D in combinations. So we're doing a line between A and B, A and D, and B and D, and we're working out along those lines from those receivers whereabouts we are using this fantastic Omega receiver this dude's written. Obviously, it's doing clever stuff in the background, not actually finding those beacons, but they don't exist anymore. But it's working. We've using 3 of these things. That was pretty spot on. That was pretty spot on of where it said we were. We obviously moved on. It's not turned on. We'll do another reading in a second. We'll kind of join up the dots of where we think we are. Obviously, we can look out. It was clear. We'd see where we were. And he had to do that. What year is this flight there for? I guess this is 70s, isn't it? 60s, 70s? When was the 35 out? I can't remember. Yeah, 73's it started being made, yeah. So 70s into the 80s, and I guess piffling out when later models came out. But, so this is the native 2024 version. I never had the 2020 version. Some people prefer that one. I've got this one. And I love it. I think it's a great plane. It's an absolute rocket ship. Absolute rocket ship. Momo's done a great job. Still ironing out a few bits and pieces here and there. but it's pretty awesome. And a good sea piper. Have you got the Starship Whack-A-Day? Old school nav, yeah, so you can do that in the Starship. Obviously in the Starship you can do, how's it going, cool dog? You can use, we'll have a look at, I found a video on it. We'll have a look at a video on that in a second. But yeah, that actually had built into it an Omega receiver. So you could do Omega navigation and you could finesse it with using DMEs or VORs. And obviously you can tack on GPS onto the end of that if you really want to kind of balls it all up. But I don't actually have any of them yet, Whack-A-Day. But I'm keen off. I didn't know anything about this until about a week ago. I was looking for flights to kind of do some sexy stuff on stream. And I googled round the world flights in the Learjet, and I came up with this one, Armor Palmer in 1976. I thought, oh, aye, that looks good. And the route this dude did was he flew from, let's get some matches off here. He flew from Denver to Boston to Paris to Tehran, down to Colombo, Jakarta, Manila, Wake Island in the middle Pacific, Honolulu, back to Denver. 57 hours, just stopping to fuel up. And most of these legs are pretty easy. I mean, there's nav aids you can use across here. There's nav aids you can use across here. You know, but obviously when you start doing these leaps here, there's nothing. When you start doing these leaps here from kind of Manila to the west coast of the States, there's nothing. And this thing has this Omega in it. He did have a problem when he was coming down Sri Lanka, apparently, because this thing got frozen up. So he was at 45,000 feet, wherever, over here somewhere, and his navigation went offline. Thankfully, it was a clear sky. Now, what did he do? He directed the onboard radar down so he could see outline below him and flew down the coast to get to Colombo or something like that, because the Omega froze up. Something daft. I'll have to read it, but something like that. But I think it's so cool. I love all this old shit. I'm an old person, you know that. And just coming across this, it just blew my mind that this navigation system using 8 land-based very low frequency transmitters booming it out across the skies and the oceans. Triangulation, simples, GPS, pah. Clever shit. What happens when we run out of our tip tanks? Will it start using these automatically? I don't know. Yeah, but that Starship, that does look groovy, dude. I must admit. Can't type, no, square, Starship, Omega. Right, let me pull up this video and we'll have a look at this. Well, you would know this. I can't. It's impossible. Let's just pause that. Let's pause that. Let's do that. Can you hear that okay? I've never looked in this thing before. I love that position estimate. It's not you are here. It's kind of, well, you're kind of vaguely over the States. Oops. you're somewhere. Somewhere. So look, VORs, Omega, or GNSS augmentation. I watched this last night. I was like, wow, I need this plane. Don't want that. Turn that nonsense off. Which is what we're using. Relatively accurate. So there was 8 Omegas and then there was 8 other VLF stations. And the Omega ones have all gone, but the 8 that were used VLF stations are still used today, and they're in the game. You can go and see them in the game. So obviously Black Square have done what this dude's done in his little application, but it's actually in the navigation systems. No. I hope there's a good manual with this plane. Huh? What? I mean, in itself, this plane is mad, isn't it? I love that. The Omega status screen. Yes, I downloaded it. I downloaded. I mean, I want to find a good owner's handbook for this thing. But yeah, I downloaded that last night to have a look at it. Just to have a look at the stuff, the Omega stuff. Oh, it's Black Square. I mean, I don't own any of their stuff, but I know their quality. I mean, there's only one. Is there one dude or 2 dudes or something? I mean, it's mad to think that they can produce such good quality stuff when you look at other developers. Is it just one fella? It's doing stuff properly, isn't it? Other I'm not going to name anybody. Other big. Is it the guy talking? Okay. Other big developers could learn a shit ton. Oh yeah. I remember. I was looking at this with all the. Yeah. So these stations. These are the Omega ones. These don't exist anymore. But the 8 VLF, they do. They do. And we'll go and find a couple of them later. It's just mind blowing, isn't it? You don't Taxi, how you doing, dude? I'm not saying a word, Cool Dog. I'm not saying anything. It's more than my job's worth. Anyway, I need a pee. This is important. Actually, what did they do for a toilet in here? Where we? You're in this thing for 8 hours, flying from Boston to Paris. We'll leave that there. It's. I guess there's space back here for some sort of porta potty, isn't there? wing it out the window. 45,000 feet, probably not a good idea. That's not too bad, is it? Going about or 450 each side. It's still a little bit too much. We could probably lean that off a little bit, couldn't we? Let's go back to halfway. So we're doing 88-ish. Sip, 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 sip. Let's just go back to the nav map quickly and just let's have a look. Aircraft, merge. What's it say we're doing at the moment? Fuel flow 940. It's probably about right, isn't it? Boop, boop, boop. Right, I'm going to take a quick pee, a quick break, and then we'll come back and we'll do another plot. We'll see where we are. We'll see where we got to. I mean, you can see on there, yeah, where we think we should be, and we'll see if the system still knows where we are. Clever shit, huh? Clever, clever, clever. But yeah, that starship looks. I hope it sounds. I mean, I do love this thing. It's very cool. Any other planes I fly. But for me, the thing that always sounds the best is when I jump in the Cessna 414 and you've got two bits of metal rotating at great speed either side of you, and they make an awesome sound. Obviously, the Starship's got that behind it, isn't it? I don't know what it sounds like. I bet it sounds great. I bet it sounds awesome. Does it sound awesome, Wackaday? Back in the day when I used to fly radio controlled planes, I had a radio controlled glider which was power assisted, and even just that thing, just testing that indoors and just firing up the electric motor for a short period, just the sound of a prop doing its work on the air is just resonates in your brain, doesn't it? It's beautiful. Anyway, right, I'm back in a minute. I need to go and pee. I'm just going to wander back here somewhere and find a suitable location. I guess you could. I guess if you wanted to, you can actually drill a hole in the top of one of these, couldn't you? You could actually turn one of these into a bulk seat and stick a porta potty underneath it, or a bucket or something. I don't know. Anyway, we're back in a minute. Let's leave you with that, or one of those. Cheers, Wackaday. Have a good one. Look at that. A350-900. Pah. We're catching it. No, we're not. Right. Let's do another reading, shall we? Well, let's do another reading. Oh, Wackaday, thank you so much. That is awesome of you, dropping your Prime here, where you could drop it anywhere. Thank you so much, dude. I appreciate that. And yeah, have a good rest of your day. Have a good rest of your day. Thanks for popping in. Good to meet you. Yes, you too. Enjoy. You never know. Next time you see me, you might be flying a starship. Have a good one, dude. Ganon, welcome in. How you doing? Right, let's do another reading. Let's do a plot. Ganon136. Thanks so much for following, dude. Welcome in. Right, where are we? Where's the numbers? Where's the numbers machine? Let's bring up nav map. So let's tip this back to our theme to plot. I'm flying the Lear Jet 35 from Fly Simware, this baby. We've departed Boston. We're just doing a test flight for a around the world flight in this thing, which Arnold Palmer did back in 1976. Not today, but I will be. I'm just doing some testing of the Omega navigation system, which is what he used. He had in his Learjet back then. So we're just getting another plot. The thing you see on the top left of the screen is a third-party program that someone created that does simulation of Omega navigation using the Omega transmitters, 80 of them around the globe, from back in the day before GPS became a thing. And we're going to do another plot now based on that to see where we are. That's where we were when we did the last one. Well, no, I guess not even that. No, it's this. Oops. Oh, bloody hell. Hold on a second. I'm not connected to the thing, apparently. Let's try it again. Oh, look at that. No, that's not it. It's not going to work. Oh, bloody Nora. Why'd that not work? Oh, it's got a bracket in it. What? Oh, it works there, does it? It's just my bot. Okay. Does work. Okay, cool. Don't panic. Yeah, what I wanted is A, see if it worked, which it seems to, and just mess around with it to kind of get a hang in it, because I'm going to be doing this flight around the world at some point soon. So I wanted to fly. I haven't flown this for a while. I wanted to fly it and get a handle on cruising at 45,000, fuel flow, etc., to try and sip. Unfortunately, the plane that Arnold flew was a 36, which has got a bigger fuel tank in the middle, so he had extra fuel on it. So technically speaking, this thing doesn't have enough fuel, the 35A, to do the 3,000 nautical mile romp across. So we have to be a bit creative with that somehow. Anyway, let's do a plot. So if we look at the machine, on AB we are 837 now. So that's 39. This is 37. So we're along here somewhere. Let's draw a line. On AD, which is the blue one, we are 975. Which is 975, which is that one there. What was the first one? 837. So we don't really need the third one. BD, which is 1738, which should be that one. 103844, 103844. So about there. So let's double check these. 837. Not quite. We're not quite 837. Well, not anymore. 83674, 83674, so somewhere like that. Okay. In that triangle of uncertainty, we're near there. We're near there. Let's have a look. Connect to simulator. Three miles away. We're flying at Mach 0.75. And you took me a while to plot those. But that's good enough. That's good enough. You know? So we've flown from there to there. So we're still flying a bit off course. So we'll just kind of, you know, let's tweak a couple of degrees to the right. The wind's just blowing us. So so this is saying we're just over the bit of water there between the islands. Just have to double check in nav map. Let's go view, theme, Stadia. Just flying over that bit of water. So you can see the two plots we've done so far. That's pretty cool, isn't it? I know it's not the real navigation system because we're using a bit of software that's emulating it. Still pretty bloody cool, I think. So yeah, we've been doing this for 8 hours across the pond to get to Paris. And hopefully when you get close to Europe, you'll have some VORs to pull you in. You finished the CJ4 North Atlantic tour about a month ago. Oh, awesome, dude. Plenty of stops, nice. Started in Atlanta, Caribbean, South America, RAF Wide Awake. Don't know that. Over to Africa, up to Europe, over to Iceland, Greenland. Oh, nice, dude. Fantastic. Good fun, eh? Good fun. That's what it's all about, Gannon. That's what it's all about. That's what it's all about. I just realised, did I knock my flaps out? I knocked my flaps out when I was twiddling. Cheers, Jota. Have a good one at the gym, my dude. And we'll catch you soon. Take care, fella. We'll see you soon. Mr. Yodaplex, the mod of all mods. I'm in control now. Oh yeah. I am in control. Definitely R of Wide Awake sometimes. Mountains line between South America and Africa. Where for it now? Foxtrot Hotel Alpha Co. Such. Look up. Okay. Oh wow. Okay. It is literally in the middle of nowhere. I've lost it. Oh, damn. Brilliant. Literally in the middle of nowhere. Awesome. Look, again, if you're flying with all these little pink dots, you can get there. If you turn those little pink dots off, how do you find that? Amiga navigation. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Or celestial navigation, I guess, you know. Ascension Island, nice. Nice, dude. Very nice. That's awesome. Good flight, good flight. Sounds like a grand tour. There's some amazing little gems around. And it's just, sometimes it's just stumbling across this stuff, isn't it? There's no way we can possibly know everything. It's just you fumble across stuff. I've fumbled across Amiga navigation just by looking at this round the world flight that your man did. You just fumble across stuff. And that's brilliant. That is so cool to do that. And that's the fun sometimes, just flying, isn't it? Yeah, you can, and I'm not dissing anybody, okay? I'm not dissing anybody. Each their own. But you can jump into your A350-900, whack in the stuff into the computer, launch it, sit back, have lunch, watch a movie, and then auto land. You know, and that's cool. I like doing that sometimes as well. What the hell? It's another way of doing it. Oh, you can't see it because I have that up. Sorry. This dude here, Grobich, brilliant. He's having a time of his life, and that's fantastic. Sometimes just kind of bumbling around old school and just kind of like, oh, we're flying this. Let's get into that plane. Let's take off. Let's point it in that direction. Where do we end up? You know, not in flight sim. Well, okay, true. We may have a couple of CTDs halfway, but I've used it okay in the A300-600. It's worked fine. I haven't tried it in. I've done it in the default A320 before, and that was fine. I've done it in the fly-by-wire. I can't talk about any others, but I've definitely done it in the A300-600 Mini, and that works fine. No problems at all. It actually landed me at like 250 feet per minute or something. It was like, okay, I'll just use that all the time. It's better than me. Very cool. Oh, really? As long as it's flared by 30 feet or 50 feet in total, you'll be fine. I haven't tried them for a while, so yeah. Mind you, that is in career mode. Career mode just seems to do everything completely differently for some reason. I don't know why. Don't have everything can be completely different in career mode. It's bizarre, isn't it? It is bizarre. Ah, interesting. Look at that. Why is that interesting? Well, that means... Look at... There's very little wind. Look at that. How do I know that? Because this is a chase cam view. So if we were getting blown by 45, 80 knots off the side, you'd see the plane crabbing like that because it's not a fixed camera. It's fixed above it, but it'll rotate with the wind. Whereas these are kind of hard locked. Not that you could do that in real life, of course, but right. Let's just recalibrate this again because I clicked something. One, 2, 3. So that's about 0.4 each side, isn't it? 8.6. We're doing 0.75 Mach. So I guess you need to work out a plan for doing this sort of navigation. It's like anything, isn't it? Dead Reckoning or whatever. Work out your plan. Work out where you think you want to be after half an hour, hour and a half, or sooner. And adjust each time you do a check. Where am I? Okay. It's the same doing celestial navigation. I haven't done it. I've watched people doing it. If you're flying at Mach 0.75, by the time you've taken your readings and you've punched the numbers, you're down the road by a chunk. So you don't know when you get the final position, you're in the ballpark because you've yeeted at 450 ground speed over that way. So you've moved. But you've got a pretty good idea where you were 5 minutes ago. Where am I where I think I should be? There, okay, well I've been blown off to the left a bit. Let's tickle a couple of degrees to the right. And we'll have another go in half an hour. And trying to get to a routine so you can do it fairly quickly. And that's the only way you can do good celestial navigation, isn't it? You do every half an hour or something, and you get it down. So you do it quickly. Do the prep. Do it quickly. Do the, once you've done the prep, and you do a quick sighting, punch the numbers, poof, you're good. And you can get done quite quickly. I haven't done it yet. I want to do it, but I've watched people doing it, and they get into a routine of doing it, and it's pretty impressive. Obviously in real life, when navigators were doing it, they'd have it down to a T, and they'd be, with all the charts and stuff, they'd be punching them out pretty quickly. Very cool. Just 8 hours to go until Paris. Yeah. It's 3-4 now. See, because we're a bit off course now, so Hey, Unky, how you doing, dude? Welcome in. Good to see you. We're doing sexy navigation, Unky. Oh yeah, sexy navigation. We're cruising at 45,000 feet, Unky. In a Learjet 35 Alpha. We're just doing some tests for a round the world trip we're going to be doing soon. Trying to work out. Oh god, that's burnt us down quite a bit, isn't it? That's chopped us down quite a bit, isn't it? Let's do 87.5. Let's see what that does. So we've dropped down quite a bit. We're down like 0.72 now. The wind's picking up a little bit, which probably isn't helping. We're using a thing called Omega Navigation. It's a navigation system from kind of the 70s into the very early 80s before it kind of was chomped by incoming GPS systems. They basically used 8 very low frequency transmitters around the world that beamed out these low booming radio waves for naval and aero navigation. And these things just kind of hop and skip around and bounce off the sea and what have you, to allow you to kind of get a rough idea of where you are at any point in time. Yeah, no satellite GPS. So this is the long route that I will be doing sometime from Boston to Paris. And we've taken off from Boston. We're not flying. We're not following that route. And you can see these are the points where I triangulated a while so far on this flight. And we were kind of here. Literally after I plotted this, we were kind of here, heading like that direction. The next one we did about 15 minutes ago, we were here, and you can see the trail that this is plotting. That's where we passed through. And I said we were kind of in that area. And this was good for like 2 to 4 to 5 nautical miles, depending on weather, because it will get affected by weather conditions, atmospheric conditions, rain, etc. But look, you can see, we'll do another one in a minute. This is showing me where I am. Well, we can turn that off. And we'll turn it off when we do another reading. And the machine in the top left there, it's just running outside of the sim. It's not actually, the simulator's not doing any of this. This is running outside of the sim. And this bit of software that someone's written is emulating the old navigation system. And giving me the numbers, which I then punch from that little red thing you can see up here. And plotting them to give me my kind of circle of uncertainty. And it's clever shit. Clever shit. Some of the Omega stations were taken offline and demolished when it went offline in the mid 80s, late 80s or something. But a lot of the other VLF stations are still there. There's some you can see them in game. You've probably seen them around various places. Big antennas, radio masks. And we'll go and visit some of those later. Once we just mess around with this for a bit. Hey Ian, how you doing? It's clever stuff. We're doing our reading in a second. Have you done any Omega navigation, Ian? Ian will know about this. He's an aviation guru. My voice is going. If you haven't, you should do. This is right up Ian's street, this. It sounds like an emo band. That's a good name for a group, isn't it? The Circle of Uncertainty with Where Are We Now? Have you not? Okay. I always thought it's this sort of thing you'd know about. The old Omega navigation system. I'm just doing some prep work for an around the world flight that Arnold Palmer did in 1976 in a Learjet 36. 57 hours, door to door in Denver. Stopping for fuel. Well, let's do another reading now, huh? Let's just prep NavMap. Let's disconnect from the sim. I'm just going to drink. My voice is going. Let's change the view to this. Okay. So let's have a look at our little box of numbers here. So on AB it says 83277. AB's the red ones, So 8:32. So we're going to be in here somewhere. 8:32. So we're closer to 8:33. So look, we know that line. So that's 82. Let's do that sort of thing. AD, which is the blue one, is 960. We'll have to redo the red one again. 960. Oh look, we can see the old line there. Dope. 960 virtually on the money. What was there on 8:32.57? We'll finesse these in a minute. 8:32. 8:32 and a half. And what was that? 960. $960. $959. So let's get rid of you and you. 959 and a half. And what's the last one? 1027. 1027. It's on that line there. So we're somewhere there. Let's have a look. Tools. Connect to simulator. Huh. There you go. And by the time I messed around with these readings, but that's only 6 miles away. You know, but it was probably closer to here by the time I got those readings down. We're doing 440 knots ground speed. We're shifting. You can see how quickly that's moving. Ideally, the way you'd probably do this is you'd want to plot where you think you are. So you'd have your own calculations saying, well, since I've done that last calculation, in half an hour's time on this heading and at this speed, I reckon I'll be here somewhere. So you kind of have that as your starting point. So then when you get the readings, you say, well, you're in the zone. I think I'm going to be around there somewhere. So when you plot them, there's less. Obviously, I'm doing this on a computer. If you were doing this on a piece of paper, you kind of want to plot out where you think you're going to be. So then when you actually then finish it down, you're not going to be shuffling around so much. Pretty clever stuff, huh? Pretty clever stuff. Pretty clever. So I reckon probably, what's that? That's 1, 2, 3. That's about £800 in total. It's given us 0.75. So it's going to be around there. It's going to be around 87 and a half. It's clever stuff. I say the Black Square Starship in 2024 did it for real. It would do Omega navigation for real. It was in the navigation system. It would do it and augment it with DMEs and whatever, and GNSS if you wanted it. But it's got it built in. We're just using a third-party application to emulate it. And that's pretty cool. That is pretty cool. Poof. Clever old people back in the old day, eh? Clever old bodies. Very clever. Let me just post, if you're interested in the bits and bobs, Ian, let me just drop some links in. You can have a look at it. That's the Omega system, the app that someone's written to emulate it. It's very cool. I don't know if you use a little nav map, but that's just some locations in the old 8 stations and 8 VLF stations. The 8 VLF stations are actually still in, you can see them in game, they're in the real world. They're actually modelled in game, so that's pretty cool. What else have we got? This is, unfortunately, I haven't been able to find a better image of this. This is kind of the postcard for the flight that Arnold Palmer did. It's very low. I don't know who did this. The historic fan occasion. That was the plane he flew. November 200 Yankee. Freedom's Way, USA. Denver, Boston, Paris, Tehran, Colombo, Jakarta, Manila, Wake Island, Honolulu, and back to Denver. May 1976. Very cool. And that's the certificate, the evidence. Boston to Paris in 8 hours 52. Two days, 9 hours, 25 minutes and 42 seconds. Crafty old fox. The crafty old fox. Yeah, I'm sign me up. It's just a shame we can't run this plane with just old radios. This is only COM2 and NAV2. Shame we can't get rid of these. We can have different versions, but we can't get rid of these and just have. I could probably edit it and blank them out. But the trouble is, I need them to set COM1 and NAV1. So we just have to use that sort of screen to just not show us any information when we do Strike for Real. And we will do Boston to Paris using this service and see where we end up. Hopefully somewhere near Europe will be a starter. Yeah, A7.5 is probably not too bad for a 0.75 cruise, isn't it? I have to do the numbers to see if we did kind of like 0.72 or something, the fuel flow, what that would work out as an en route burn. Lots of numbers to be punched and tables to be looked at, I think. Because this is the only leg of the flight that's kind of really punchy. The next longest one was 7 hours. Honolulu back to Denver. So it's 2 hours of flying extra this. Very cool. I'm impressed. I am impressed. I'm trying to think where the nearest Let's have a look. User points. View. Oh, they are on. There's one down there. The nearest one from here is Dakota, I think. The VLF stations. One down in the Caribbean. There's one in the UK. Japan. Melbourne. Mauritius. Yeah, I think the closest one, if we were going to fly to one, is we'd have to be back to North Dakota, which is a bit of a... Oh no, there's one back in Delaware. Still quite a way away. How far is that? It's 1,000 nautical miles. It's back to Boston and some. Very cool. I'll have to see if I can do a cheap and nasty repaint in his livery. And this is one I've done myself, but I'll have to see if I can... I haven't been able to find any really good images of it, unfortunately, of his livery, so we'll have to do something similar, which would be very nice. Right. Okay, that's a good proof of concept, isn't it? That is a good proof of concept. Where can we take this bird down to land? Let's have a look. How far St. John's? 255. We can do that. I've been, yeah. Just sadly, a lot of this old stuff just doesn't exist. Cool dog. It's November 200 Yankee, I think was registration. Learjet 36. And I've been looking, but I've been looking. Unfortunately, that was that registration was passed onto other things. So there's other later variants that have got that registration, where it was passed on to or repainted, perhaps. Not passed on, but what I meant was repainted. The livery's changed. That livery wouldn't have stayed for long. So I found it on a couple of official documents to do with the round the world. But they're really shitty old images. You have to kind of search with Freedom's Way as well, which is what it was called for the event. But yeah, that poster card and that really grainy one I showed you, I haven't really been able to find anything other than that, sadly. I'll deal with. Look, it's probably it'll be good enough. It'll be good enough to that'll be good enough to do a replica of. I don't know what's on the tailplane exactly, and I don't know what's the wings. That's kind of a chevron going across like that. I saw another image, and it's got the stars and stripes there. So I'll be able to create something similar. Which, I mean, you know, unfortunately there's not been any sort of grainy old videos of it on the ground or anything for the event. Sadly. That I've been able to find anyway on the interweb. There's probably some sitting around on old camera tape or something somewhere falling apart, but I mean the postcard does give me again, it's very low quality. Does give you a nice kind of side on, which would be handy just for replicating in a way to do that. And I did find another one from underneath the wings. I can't remember. I didn't bookmark it, I don't think, stupidly. I don't know where I found that one. I did find another one which was kind of I found an old interview that someone did with him, which is quite interesting. Where are we? Which is quite interesting. If you wanted to read a bit about it, and him talking, it's not very long, but just talking briefly about it, was on there. Which is quite fun. I thought it would be damn exciting to take time off from work and fly around the world. The difference between the Lear 35, which I'm flying, the 36, was that they replaced the two back seats with additional fuel tank to extend the fuel range. He'd been flying a Lear 24 for 9 years by then, so he was kind of qualified to do it. Doesn't go into much detail though. When he departed on Boston to Paris, very rainy evening in May, we'd have nil to minor headwinds. We took up an absolute full load of fuel and were clear to 41,000 feet. The winds were right on our nose at 35 knots. Ouch. No radio communications, so we took on ourselves to go to 45,000 feet. And eventually picked up London Control and said and asked for 45,000. They said, "You're already there. That's okay." So I don't know when they would have gotten to range of London Control. Not for a long time. In Manila, they landed in a typhoon. And then on the leg to Wake Island, which is in the middle of nowhere. One of the first times in my flying career, it was raining so hard I didn't see the rain breaking off the wing. Scared me a bit. We were going to get the lift to take off, blah, blah, blah. That was taking off in Manila in typhoon. They couldn't get to the alternates, so they landed there. It's just a tiny atoll with a big runway. And got a little commendation from the Marine Corps and then took off for Hawaii. Yeah, this was interesting I was saying about earlier. It was just they were flying down the coast of Ceylon, now Sri Lanka. There was ice crystals building up. The Omega, which at the time was state-of-the-art navigation system, was new enough that at high altitude ice crystals would kick it off. It was inop, but you reset it, but there was no place to reset it. I think you can only reset. I don't know how you reset it, but so I had to decide how I was going to get to Ceylon, as we had no VOR signal either. I started fiddling with the radar. It was a clear night, and I aimed a dish down, picked up the coast of India, so I navigated right down the coast by using the radar. And then within 200 miles of landing, I picked up the VOR. So it literally pointed the radar down, so you could see the coast, and just flew down the coast. There was ground fog It was patchy and about 11 p.m. local time. The only beacons or runway lights or anything like that were 100-watt light bulbs. That approach got my attention. Landing in fog with 100-watt light bulbs lighting the runway. There's the old dog and the Citation X. Yeah, have a read of that. It's quite funny. It's not very long, but it's quite amusing. Yeah, I can imagine. Yeah, some of the places you land in, especially early career mode, some of the places you land in now are pretty shitty, aren't they? Dodgy airfields in the Alps with no lighting. Ouch. Right, I said we were going to try and land this somewhere, didn't we? We've flown straight past. How far is Gander? CYQX. Yeah, the Saab's nice. I like the Saab. It's a lovely plane, the 340. It's a lovely plane. You can't get off this thing. Can't get off this because they've done something to this. It's just not working. Doesn't he work? Let's just do drags. Let's have a good look. Weather went from 270. So wind's coming from over here. Guess runway 31. Pipman or Erpis, no idea where those are. Let's do Erpis. Mitam. Is it after? Direct flight plan, item, activate. Ready. Let's get this puppy on the ground, and then we can go and check out some of these navigation sites. Righty. Cool. Groovy. Well, that was a good test. That is a very impressive bit of kit, I must say. Very impressive bit of kit. So quite a bit of planning. I don't know how we'll do this flight around the world, but it's going to be, what's it, 9 legs? So it's going to be 9 streams worth. Because none of them are... I don't think there's any legs that could be doubled up. So look. So that's the first one. It's 3 hours 20. Don't know what we do about the Boston Paris. Paris Tehran's a stream. Tehran Colombo's a stream. It's just under a stream. What's that? 9 hours. That's a stream. That's a stream. That's a stream. Yeah. Yeah. What? Systems test. Check. That's good. Still need to do some more performance flights just to nail down fuel burn rate in this thing. Right, while we're descending down, let me just take a very quick break and we'll be back for landing. What's it? We'll see you just now. I just need to run a very short advert while we're in the break just to get rid of them because Twitch screwed us this morning. But we're back after this. We'll see you in a minute. Righty. How we doing? 1200. Righty. Excellent. I'm glad we did that. That's good. Good systems check. So things still to be done to get ready for this round the world would be see if I can paint a livery. I've got all the files set up for that because I've done this one, so that shouldn't be too difficult to get something in the ballpark. It won't be an exact because can't get the photographs of it, but it'll be in the ballpark. Do some more tests on fuel flows, etc. To get some better idea of cruise settings, so we can be as lean and economical as possible. And try and work out a way of doing it on stream. Text to unwrap the wrappings around your legs so I can shower and clean. Hopefully the nurse that comes to do the wraps no more wraps and say no more wraps and transfer. Oh, that'd be awesome, dude. That'd be awesome. That'd be awesome for you. Vauxhall Goldman, is that? Is it Vauxhall Goldman? Apologise if I've butchered your name. Welcome in. How you doing? That's what we're hoping that we would do this week. Awesome, dude. Righty. I think it'll be quite clear below the cloud base. What's the weather? Let's have a look. Excuse me. MVFR, so that's fine. That's all good. That's all good. Clouds, 1400 foot. I'm doing good, thanks, dude. I'm doing good. Thank you for the follow. I appreciate that. Welcome in. Good to have you here. We've just been doing some. Anybody's just joined recently. We've just been doing some testing on the Omega navigation system. So an old school navigation system from the 70s into the early 80s, using some very low frequency radio transmitters around the world, 8 of them. Using a third-party app to kind of emulate the system, because we don't have that in here. The Black Square Starship does, but we don't have that in here. Just test out for a potential across the pond trip in this plane at some point. Retracing the steps of Arnold Palmer, the golfer, back in '76 when he did it in a Lear 36 going around the world. So I wanted to test that system out, and it worked pretty well. Gave some pretty fairly accurate idea of where we were on the globe. Taking it from Boston, just kind of cruising at 45,000 feet. So we're just taking this baby and we're just landing down into Gander International. Just to get it back on the ground. So we haven't used much fuel. We've just used, 2/3 of both tip tanks. And then we'll do some whizzing around the world and have a look at some of these old, still in use. The mega stations aren't there, but some of the old VLF stations that were used as well. 8 of them, which are actually in the game. We'll go and have a look at those, see what they look like in the game. We'll take things a bit slow and more lethargic on this whiff of cloud to check them out. 1860. Oh, I see. Yeah, makes sense, dude. Makes sense. Makes sense, dude. Yeah, my dad has leg bindings as well, to help him out with various issues. So I know where you're coming from. Oh God, this latest update for my iPhone. Got to confirm you're 18 plus now. To get rid of some restrictions. Marvellous. Would have got you some dodgy third party. Wunderbar. So we've just putting this down somewhere safe. Just to land as you do. Yeah, we are flying a plane after all. Hey, the ground's a good idea. I like that. I like that, Cool Dog. Sounds like a grand idea. Well, I don't know. Hey, keep the gear up. You float, won't you? Be fine. we'd slow down first before we hit the water. That's a given. That is a given. That would be the professional way to do it, Gordon. At least have the courtesy to slow down to a reasonable speed before you go swimming. Alrighty. What, here off the coast of Canada? Nippy, I'd think. Fair to say nippy. Definitely fair to say nippy. Do, 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 do. Definitely a bit nippy. I actually don't know what the water temperature would be off the coast here. That's a very good question. I don't have an answer for you. A good or a bad one. At all, at all. Alrighty. That was a sad line. Certainly was, wasn't it? A little bit of mournful.
500.
Awesome, Taxi. Have a good shower, dude. It's been a while since I've landed this baby, so we'll see how it goes. Oops. Oh. That wasn't too bad. I didn't think. Wasn't too bad. It's always a bit of a positive affirmation putting this bird down. Attack the wrong way. Glide slope's just there for guidance, cool dog. Just there for guidance. Pretty deserted little place, isn't it? Not so pretty though. Just deserted. Righty. Cool. Dawn of the Dead, oh God. Groovy. Very nice. Well, it was good. It's really just a proof of concept flight, just to see how she'd go at 45,000. I've never flown this thing at 45,000 feet, so try and get an idea of fuel flow and all that good stuff. I will look in proper books just to confirm, but about 850, 900 pounds an hour across both engines seem to be good for a 0.75 cruise, in those conditions anyway. But yeah, fuel's going to be a problem because is that us doing that on the tarmac? Bit weird. Because the 36 did have an extra chunk of fuel, didn't have the rear seats, it had an extra fuel tank in there. So I don't know how. I wonder if there's any way of doing a cheeky modification on the configs. No, but I wonder if there's any way of just doing a cheeky hack for that flight, just to make it think it's got a larger central fuel tank. I don't know. Let's have a look in the files. That'd be a cunning plan. Way of doing it. Well, the only way I thought, Cord Dog, was to the trouble is because it burns from the tip tanks, it's not burning from the center initially. it could, if you burn some fuel off and then you add it, it would add it back into the tip tanks. It'd be nice to work out a hack to create a pseudo central tank. I don't know where. Let's have a quick look. I don't know where I'd find that in the configs of the plane. Let's have a look. It's possible to do that, I would think, possibly. It could completely freak everything up, but I might ask Momo, who's the creator of this plane, if there's any way of doing that just for this flight. Fuel system. Okay, capacities. Got tank capacities here. I wonder. Right wing tanks, crossflow. Hey, Avdan, guess how you doing? Well, possibly, but I mean, it could be something that's, you know, I don't want to do something and then it completely forks up something. Fuselage tank, capacity 200. Left tip tank 178. Left wing tank 187. Okay, so that's got 200. Oh yeah, definitely. Yeah, so there's in the flight model.config there is hashtag capacity 200. Now I don't know whether changing that would completely feck up CFG and stuff. Yeah, the 36 carries 1,260 more pounds of fuel in the fuselage tank. So what's that in? That's in capacity 200. What's 200? Is that gallons then? Let's do a quick conversion. How's it going, Avgas? Fuel weight. Oops. That's 1,200 pounds is 200 gallons. Oh, that's no jet. 1,340. Yeah, so fuselage is 1,340. So that's what 200 is 1,340. And the 36 had 1,260 pounds more fuel. Which is an extra 188 gallons. Sim brief. I just want to stick that into my profile. I've created a pseudo profile on SimBrief for 36. 248. 8248. Save. Edit flight. Cables to Paris. Generate. Okay, that didn't work. Saved airframes. Did I not save that? Max fuel capacity 8248. Ah. I wonder what the max takeoff weight would be on that plane. Because that's limiting that still. Burn. Max payload, what's that in? So it says 7400. That doesn't make sense. That 36 carries 1260 pounds more fuel in the fuselage tank. So some of the stats you find on the Learjet 36 are just wrong. Because that doesn't make sense. 631 gallons. So that's wrong. 6238. Do, 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 do. Mm-hmm. Oh, because that's because the standard 35A is 6238, and the wingtipped, the extra wingtips is 6988, as you can see there. So there's an extra 750 pounds in there. do, 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 do. Ah, did I not select? One second, did I not select the Didn't select the right plane. A second. 36. Select the right plane might help. That might help. Altitude 45,000. Passengers none. Rate none. Generate. Okay, payload cargo limit your max takeoff weight. Max takeoff weight. So block fuel 82. En route burn we 87. According to that. What is that on? That's on. Let's do that. So I'm trying to punch some numbers in the background here. Not going very far. See, that's using the full 8248 pounds, and it still says it hasn't got enough fuel. So I still don't know. I still don't know how. And that's with no alternates. Has that got what has that got in for? No contingency, no reserve. So I don't know. Even if that does work, which I'll test, I still don't know. Unless the cruise profiles for this are just wrong. 0.75. Passengers, payload, none. But step climbs in, perhaps step climbs will help out. Still 871 less. This may take off weight. So that's right on the limit of takeoff weight. But I'm still 870 pounds short, according to that. But I don't know what fuel burn that's working on. That's the thing. I think it's back to an Excel spreadsheet, I think. To actually plumb the numbers in properly using charts and stuff. I was using a plus 0.4 deviation on that. I still got a plus 0.4. Okay, we're going to have to work on that. So possibly I can edit that flight model and see if it lets me put extra fuel in. Let's just push that down there. So that may give me the extra fuel in the center tank. The calculation Simbrief's doing still says it's not enough though. That's the problem. So there's definitely some work to be done on that. Definitely some work to be done on that. Right, let's end that baby there. Let's change this for a slower pair of shoes. Not that one. Because that would be silly. Right. Nav map. So, I've been to check the UK one. Let's go and check out user points. VLF1, which is in Australia, for the kind of west coast, Exmouth, Yankee Delta Alpha Alpha. And it's just up here, just up there. We have to manipulate the so we can see the damn things.
TOS, system test OK.
So it's this. There you go. So they're actually because I noticed in the UK they're actually obviously listed on here. That you can actually. This is not a thing, is it? So you can actually we'll just have to take off and fly towards that. What's it going to be? 70. At 82 or 3, isn't it? Something like that. Stick on 80. I wonder if they're lit up with nice red lights. Just backtrack and then we'll take off. It's just up there. Do, 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 do. The stars are out. 40, 50, 60, 75. Let's go flying.
Terrain ahead. Pull up. Terrain ahead.
Yes, I know, son. I know. Don't panic. It's fine. It'll be all right. Let's push this over this little bit of hillage. We'll adjust the lighting of the scenery if we need to, but I was hoping perhaps there would be you can see them here. There you go. Thought there might be little red lights on the top, as you do, to kind of warn you of impending crashage. You don't take your wings off on them, do you? Welcome back, Taxi. Afternoon. Do. Oh, looking forward to that. Lazy afternoon in the summertime, huh? What a thing that will be. So this is we left station number 1. I wonder wonder if that's DLSS is giving the old segment TA. Naval Communications Station Harold E. Alt, located in the northwest of Australia, features 13 towers, total of which is 387 metres tall, and for many years was the tallest structure in the southern hemisphere. Today, the station provides VLAF communications to the US and Australian ships and submarines in the Pacific and Indian Oceans. It's amazing to think these things are still in active service, isn't it? Such old tech. But they're still heavily used now. Crazy. Perhaps they. I mean, I guess they're not. I said not tall enough to warrant. Oh, perhaps it's just an OD thing. Okay. So they must have something on them. It's just an LOD thing, isn't it? Well, you'd fly into those in flight sim unless you get your stuff turned up, wouldn't you? Because you can't bloody see them. You see all the lights, but you can't see the red lights. Because there's some weird LOD zoom nonsense. But yeah, there you go. There's the Australian one, still in active service today. Pretty neat, huh? Pretty neat. Oh, so you can see the ground markings from the satellite imagery. Very cool. Very cool. So that's Australia. Number 2 is in southern island of Japan. Operated by the Japan Maritime Self-Defense Force. It was completed in 1991, so this is the latest station. The antennas were arranged in 2 rows of 4 towers each, ranging from 160 to 270 meters. Can we find anywhere near them we can teleport to? Let's have a look. RJFK. Now, I don't know if you... Can you teleport... I never used this to teleport to anything in the air. I don't know if you can you do that on ground? No. Oh, actually, here we go. Ah. Oh, that's good. So where is it? It's they kind of... They're kind of in here somewhere. Altitude. $3,000 above. Let's try it. I've only ever used that to teleport from a parking to a parking. I've never done it in the air before. What could possibly go wrong? What could possibly go wrong? Well, it's done it. It says they're in front of me. Oh, okay. That's not good. Let's make sure my controls are as they should be. They are. We may need to change the weather with this one. What's the bearing to it? 25. Come over that way. I wonder if it's on top of that hill. Oh, I think we can see them there, look. That's all them here. Oh, there's loads of things around here. What are all these then? No, that's not it. It's further over that way. It's the other side. I don't know what those are. It's further out that way. Oh, there it is. Over here. Don't know what these are then. Don't know. I was trying to avoid that hill and want to look at the other side. I think so. I think it's these ones over here. About 10 miles away.
$500.
Over this way somewhere. There's loads of these little... I don't know what these are. To be honest with you. Should be straight ahead. About 6 miles. In the murk somewhere. Not the BMW, the Merc. Well, I mean, it's those of these. I don't know what these are. To be honest with you. Not terribly sure. It's going to be interesting to try and spot this one because it's all in trees, I think. It's this one here. I was in they're all interspersed in the trees. You can see antennas, so we may need to turn the lights on to to see this fella. Otherwise, we're not going to see anything. Okay, so these, yeah. So these are normal. There's a couple ones there. These are tents with a star, but they haven't got the top bit. These have got the top bits. So yeah, I don't know. Okay, here we go. This is them here. It's weird. You think there would be some sort of standard kind of, I don't know, perhaps they are a standard pattern apart. But you think, it's like a kind of half on a hillside, half below the top of a hill. You think there'd be some sort of, they need to be built to this sort of spec sort of thing, wouldn't you? Rather than just kind of ramshackly. I wonder if that's these buildings have something to do with it. Obviously not realistically produced, but yes, there's one. There's there's loads of them, isn't there? I'm kind of dotted around in the hills. Huh. Yeah, unfortunately the lights aren't showing up on all of them, but righty. So that's that one. Number 3 is in the United Kingdom. Echo Golf, Orco, India. Ski India. Boom, 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 boom. Kirkbridge. I went and saw this last night. It's just on the tip here somewhere, I think. Yeah, you can see it there. You go. It's this area here. Should be daylight. That's the good news. There we go, right above it. How's about that? We're getting better with our precision strikes. I mean, you can see all the markings from the things on the ground. Obviously, a lot more structures around, but very cool. So that's number 3 in the UK. Number 4 is that's actually where we were this morning, is it? Not quite. We probably flew over it actually. Cutter Regional. In Maine. Operated by the United... So this one is... doesn't say who uses it. 228 metre central mast and 12 supported masts and a 6 So I guess it doesn't look bigger, but I guess that's the tallest one there. Just the angle of the camera. Maine is operated by the United States Navy. So we need to go to ME2 for that fella. Cutler Regional. And it is just here. You can see it on the map. It's handy, this old teleport thing, isn't it? You can do instant sightseeing. So I was just checking something in the background here. They're with 2 secs. Cool. Well, there's loads of them though. Jeepers. Loads of the fellas. Whoa, God. Uh-oh. That went well.
500.
That's interesting unpause then. That nearly went very, very wrong. Very wrong. So I'm just taking a few photographs. I guess we should take ourselves out of pause and make sure we're in good steady flight before we go to the next fella. That might help a bit. So I was just updating Beyond ADC in the background. There was a update for that. I don't know if it's... I has fixed a couple of the issues I raised, so we need to check that out. Number 5 is in Honolulu. BHJR. Over here somewhere. Okay, I guess that must be it there. We guess. Ah, yes. So just wait for this update to finish in the background. I'll close that down and finish. Okay. So all there is 2 antennas here. One of them's meant to be more, but that's all there's in the game. So I multitask. Hawaii. Station 5 is located on the leeward side of Oahu Island in Hawaii, opposite the defunct Omega Sea Station. Oh, okay. It was built in 1972 and features two masts. Okay, it is only 2 masts. Oh, there's an Omega station here as well. We'll see if there's any footprint on the ground of that. We'll check that in a second. Let's just pivot around. There's these funny little structures here. I'm wondering if these were old tie downs for something. I wonder what these are. Two begins and a little fella. Yes, I wonder what these funny little things are. Like weird spiders. There must be some weird. Unless that's. I wonder if that's the old. Something to do with the old Omega station. So we can find an image of that. Japan, Australia, Argentina, Reunion, North Dakota, Hawaii. It's like on the windward side of it. There's one of the two. No, it's not. So I can do it. Unfortunately, not. So I wonder what these things are. You know, there's obviously radio domes and stuff here. Much smaller versions of this sort of thing, aren't they? I mean, I'm no radio guru, but there's a rift. There's a rift. But yeah, I wonder what those are. We could screen print of that. Alrighty, onward we go to Washington, Baltimore, Annapolis. Where's near there? There's a water dock, which is 01MD. 01MD. That bit. And I think it's down on the point here. Actually, let's stick ourselves. I don't know which way we'll be flying, but do. Mirrored hand. 1 370 meter and 3 180 meter towers was shut down in 96, and 370 meter tower was demolished in 99. Okay, so we've only got the smaller towers here. Only got the smaller fellas, possibly somewhere. Oh, there we go. That'll be them. Yeah, so I presume there was a big fill in the middle here, which was taken down. Good. Next one's in the Jim Creek Naval Radio Station near Oso, Washington State. Alrighty, where's that near then? Alrighty. Whiskey November 5-3, is that? Whiskey November 5-3. Frontier Air Park. And it is quite a way. It's kind of northeast of here. In here somewhere. Is that it? I think that could be it there. Let's stick ourselves at the top of that.
500.
Research Park, you've driven by there, have you really? Whoop, look out. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Because the antenna's there. Let's pause it there if we dare. Let's have a quick look around. Some things on the hill there, but didn't like it was on the hill. To be honest. Can't see shit in this weather. Oh, there we go. Ah, here we go. Down below us here. What's it say about this one? Yeah, so it's they're all down in the depths. There's a building down there, so we need to find that. So there's all these antennas. I mean, it's so weird, isn't it? That they're all so different. You know, you would have thought someone would have come up with some. They must be built like this sort of stats. Oh, there we go. It's that building down there, I guess. Oh, God. No. Let's make sure all that good stuff's up. Oh, my word. Look out. Look out. It's always a problem when you come out pause, isn't it? Pause is never a good thing for anybody. Pause. There we go. Yeah, so there's the, actually that looks, oh no, it's not, is it? It's just shunk. I mean, who knows what that looks like in real life, but, we may have to do a whiz on the old, because we can't see anything. Clear skies. There we go. So it's all these little towers here. There's reams of them. I mean, I'm definitely no radio buff guru or anything. Yeah, exactly, Cool Dog. Exactly. It got to be, I guess, but I mean, it's right in a dip, isn't it? You'd think, how the hell does that work? It's got no line of sight. I mean, they're beaming out and it's bouncing down, up and down off the, you know, the ionosphere, whatever. I mean, if you don't understand, and I don't, you'd think, well, how can it possibly be that they're all so different? No, I guess not. But if you don't understand these things, you'd be like, well, hold on a second. Did they know what they were doing? It's very cool. I don't know much about it. I need to read up more on it. Because it's a fascinating topic. It really is. It is a fascinating topic. Well, nice bit of rocky road there. Look at that. Yes, definitely. Yeah. I mean, that's the reason VLF works, isn't it? Because it can just bounce its way from A to B. Very clever. I mean, even the bods who worked all this shit out in the first place, you know. Right, for our last stop, we are off to the Caribbean. Yay! Papa Romeo 05. Papa Romeo 05. And it is down here. Yes, well, our bloody phone networks are absolutely bloody rubbish. That a bit. Not a lot there, is there? Let's be said. Oh, crikey, there it is. It's all there. Puerto Rico. Operated by the US Navy. Its tower is 367 meters tall. It's the tallest structure in Puerto Rico. And the broader Caribbean. That's it. They only got one. That's all they could afford was one tower. Let's just rotate around so we can have a better look at the fella. One lonely little tower. Look at it, poor thing. Could build it some friends, couldn't they? One lonely little tower. Just minding its own business and doing its job, huh? Very cool. And it's great, these things, they've actually... I mean, I wonder... I mean, I've never really looked for radio masts and stuff in the game. You see them, but I've never really paid attention to them. Now, these things must be handcrafted, obviously, I guess. Are these actually listed as POIs in the game, do we know? I wonder. Is that why they're in here? Are they defined as POIs, or have they just handcrafted loads of various stuff? I mean, I don't know if that's what it looks like in real life. I have no idea. Is that just a generic radio mast? Very possibly. Very possibly. I can't even remember where they are. Where would I see them? Are they insistences? Where are POIs? City markers, landmarks. Delay display labels. Let's try it. Oh. Okay, so that's POI things there, isn't it? That's not. I don't know if I'd see it this close, would you? Oh yeah, no. Yeah. You can see that, yes. 100%. That's kind of the flattened version of it. But they're not that. Would it have a POI? Is that the right things to turn on to see the markers? I don't have all this. I'm turning all this stuff on. I have it all off. As well, it was probably on, and I turned it all off. There's a master switch. Oh, is there? Select next POI. What do we call Cool Dog? Do you know? General. Yeah. Select next POI. Toggle active pause. Toggle visual assistances on the GUI. Oh, that's just no. It's just the stuff that pops up, isn't it? Nameplates. Toolbar tips. Oh my word! Oh, there's so many.
Hi.
Oh my gosh. Joachim, how you doing, dude? Thank you so much for 58 months of subscription, my dude. How you doing? Hope you're keeping well. Good to see you. Good to see you. Good to see you. Show white dot. Landmark, city markers, airport markers. It may be that I'm too close. Let's fly away from it. Toggle assistances. Display turns off visual display on the GUI. So this one. I'm doing good, thanks, dude. I'm doing good. What can we bind that to? Something weird and wonderful that wouldn't be used. What's not X, is it? What's that? That's not X. How's that X? Okay, so that is toggling those on and off, isn't it? I just wonder if it doesn't have one, or I'm too close to see it. We've got them on. Turn them off. Got them on. But I thought you should have shouldn't you have names on them as dots? But I'm not seeing the names. We're missing something. Yeah, nameplates are on. It could be they just don't. It could be called, or these just don't have them. They're not POIs. I mean, it's just a. I don't know. Oh, they're gone now. Turn them off. No, they're on. Yeah, I don't know. Welcome back, Hawk. No, usual, dude. Started at 10 o'clock this morning. Finished in about half an hour's time or something. Yeah. That's what I was interested. Just that was my thought of why have they put them in the game? Are there loads of these things? Interesting things that we don't know about that are in the game that aren't POIs, and you won't know they're there unless you kind of stumble across them or you look for them. Do you know what I mean? The trouble is I wouldn't know what I was looking for. I was looking for them. I've only come across these because I was doing this navigation thing. Have you? Oh, awesome. That's cool. Crazy stuff as in drawn badly, or crazy stuff as in that's awesome. Didn't know that it existed, sort of thing. I guess there's all sorts of Easter eggs in the game that Asoba put in, but we just don't see. We're none the wiser to. Yeah, oh yeah, 100% cool dog. Yeah. Absolutely, dude, absolutely. Welcome back, Hawkster. Yeah, no, just doing normal stream yoking. All good, my dude, all good. All good. I'm still standing, so that's, well, I'm sitting down actually, but meeting time. Enjoy your meeting, cool dog. So yeah, we've been looking at something called Omega Navigation. So it's an old navigation system from back in the 70s, early 80s, which used beacons like this, a network of these, not these particular ones, but some Omega beacons. There was 8 of them around the world, using very low frequency radio waves that you could use to pinpoint your position in the world for nautical or aviation to a reasonable amount of, that's kind of where I was hoping to be, sort of position. 2 nautical miles sort of radius, that sort of thing. Which, yeah, it's not going to get me exactly to the base of that pylon. This is pointing here that you can't see me pointing at it. But it would get me within 2 miles here, and then, well, I can work it out from there. But, you know, for long-range navigation, like crossing the Atlantic or something, well, there's nothing in the olden days, no GPS. We proved it worked using an application very nicely. Third-party app that someone's created to kind of emulate an Omega receiver that you'd have in your aircraft. And it pointed us pretty well to where it said we would be. So that's pretty impressive. So I've just been flying around. There's lots of these radar masts in game from a slightly different system of the same era, which is still in use today. These VLF, these are still putting out very low frequency. And a lot of these are used by various military around the world. As I say, this one is in Puerto Rico, and it's used by the US Navy today. Still. You know, tech from 50 years ago. Still used because it serves a purpose, something that nothing else can do. Which is good. Old things aren't redundant, you see. Makes me happy. Makes me a happy man. Very cool. Okay, let's just fly to the airfield yonder and land her down. Actually, she's not on here. That one's not anywhere to go to here. The small one's not here. No, I didn't like it. I wonder if it's actually... Let's have a look. We can navigate there by nav map. Lab... Is it? Labodil. It's only a little one way. Only a little one way. Says it's asphalt. I'm surprised it's not in. I guess there's lots of smaller. It's only tiny. It's only 600 foot. So it doesn't surprise me it's not there. There'll be an imprint of it in the game. It's just not on the GPS. It's just here somewhere. Good stuff. It's been a lot of fun today. So, things to take away. Yeah, the navigation thing does work. Need to kind of work out a mindset of how you'd use it over a 3,000 nautical mile journey. You know, need to plot where you think you're going to be every 30 minutes and then give yourself a fix to that. And then take a deviation on your route, winds, etc. to kind of get you where you think you should be on the next 30 minutes. And just keep on, you know, ticky, 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 ticky for 8 hours. Perhaps if it's quite windy, 30 minutes may not stack it up. I don't know. You may need to be every 20 or every 15 because you're going to get, you know, if you've got a 45,000 feet in a Learjet, if you've got a 40, 50, 60, 70 knot crosswind, then you're going to be flying sideways. But some of the time we were only getting like 5 knots up there today, so that was cool. Need to do some more test flights at that altitude to finesse fuel burn. Also takeoff and landings, so climb and descent, just to make sure doing it as economically as possible. You know, sip, 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 sip. Don't want to be using fuel, we don't need to use fuel, that sort of thing. I guess that's it there. Guess that's it there. It's not much of an airfield, has to be said. It is definitely not much of an airfield. No wonder it's not in the GPS. It is literally a slab of tarmac that some cowboy slapped onto the ground at some point. It's probably someone's driveway, I don't know. Okay, let's get this old girl on the ground. Let's put some flaps out. Slow us down a bit. Let's get the gear out. We're going to overshoot the turn a bit, so crank around. Not bad, not bad.
500.
Avoid the trees. Oh, those are radio masts there as well. Look at that. Okay, gear is down 3 greens. Good, 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 good. Flaps are extended. Pretty nothing of wind on the nose. And slap it down this little bit of tarmac. Nice. Chromie, greetings from Spain. Hola. ¿Cómo estás? That's it. That's all I've got. That's all I've got. That's my limit. Welcome. How you doing, dude? Welcome to the stream. Very nice. Never been to Puerto Rico before in the game or in real life. It's a new experience. Awesome. Crunchy grass. Very nice. Very good indeed. Okay, so that's all 8 of those sites. And you can see here from my ziggity zaggity route, our teleportation around. So we started in Australia, over to oh, we went to the UK. I wonder why it's not got, don't know. Maine, Honolulu, Delaware, Washington State, and down to the Caribbean. We did go to the UK as well, but I don't know why. Oh, because I didn't. Perhaps I didn't. I forgot to unpause it there, didn't I? So perhaps that's why it didn't actually log us there. VLF stations. Oh, Japan as well. Missed that one. Very cool. So you can get these markers of Little Nav Map for Little Nav Map of flightsim.to if you wanted them. If you're interested in looking up any of this stuff about the Omega system, well, you can Google it. There's something from the Wikipedia about it. There's oh, come on. You can do it. You can do it, computer. I trust in you. I trust in you. Okay, we can't get to flightsim.to. It's broken, apparently. Oh no, there we go. If you wanted to locate these things and check them out, say only the VLF stations on there exist anymore. The Omega stations have been dismantled a long time ago. You can visit the sites in game. You might just see kind of the areas on ground where they used to be. There might still be the markings, might still be there, as we know from kind of satellite images in the game. There's a nice little write-up about the stuff on the Just Flight forums, funny enough, which is very cool. Your dad turned 66 on Monday. Happy birthday to your dad. Cool, that's your dad's. Your dad's only 8 years older than me. birthday, Dad. Damn. Makes me feel old. If you want the awesome Omega navigation system that we used earlier, check out that link there and download it for yourself. Works in 2020, 2024. And yeah, other links in there. You gave him candy, lottery tickets, cake. Oh well, forget the cake, food, and the candy for the moment. Did he win? That's the important thing. Did he win? That's the link to the Omega navigation system freeware, which you can download and have a play with, and do some navigation yourself. It's all in there. It's all in there. PDFs, the applications, it's all there. Check it out. Check it out. Check it out. You won €12. Well, it's better than nothing, isn't it? It's better than a kick in the things, isn't it? Do you know what I'm saying? Could be worse. Could be worse. And the whole reason we're doing this is well, it was here I found that other photograph. No, it's not. No, it's not. Is at some point soon. I can't find it. Oh, interesting. Where's the damn thing now? And you can read about it here. It's a nice chat with Arnold Palmer, who flew around the Euro lottery. Oh, ka-ching. Was that the Euro billions? A nice informal chat with Arnold Palmer back in the day, when he flew around the world in his Learjet 36, 57 hours, I think it was, something like that. Door to door, Denver to Denver, via Boston, Paris, Tehran, Colombo, Jakarta, Wake Island, Honolulu, and back to Denver, something like that. Actually, we'll do it on stream sometime, but obviously to get across the pond, the Atlantic in the good old days, and also the Pacific stuff, you need something other than VR and NDBs, because there is no VR and NDBs in the middle of the ocean. Funny enough, they didn't come up with that one. And that's his specially painted Learjet he flew. November 200 Yankee, Freedom's Way, USA. It's got a bigger fuel tank than my 35 Alpha. It's got an extra fuel tank instead of where some of the seats are in the back, which gives it even more range. We've got the extended range tip tank one, but still isn't enough fuel to fly that. And even my calculations, I don't know how he did it, because I can't even calculate him doing it. So need a nice 100-knot tailwind or something to kind of shove you across the sea. So I'm going to see if I can try and do a quick and nasty paint similar to that. But I can't find any photographs of it other than low quality things like that, sadly. Sadly. I mean, there's a bit more detail on that black and white one. You can kind of see where the stripes cross the windows, that sort of thing. But yeah, it's not going to be very easy to recreate. But yeah. Oh, that was the other photograph. There we go. I knew there was another one. Again, not brilliant. At least I can see the under detail with the stars and the chevron there. So we can definitely do details like that. I say it's going to be similar. Don't know what fonts they are. We'll use something that looks similar. And I'll see if I can just try and find things like this off the interweb to kind of paste over. And then doesn't look like the flat, those stripes went under the fuselage. It's just got this one here, so that's quite handy. The stars, I don't know how. I'm just going to see if I can take a graphic of the stars and stripes and just kind of. Thankfully, that's all it's got on it. There's nothing more convoluted than that. Better knock up something like that. Freedom's Way, USA. The registration. And thankfully, the rest of it's mostly white. Which is a bonus. It could be some weird colour with weird, all sorts of funny stripes and gnarly stuff on it. Thankfully not. They went sensible. Thank the Lord. What's the time? 4:45. There's something else I wanted to look at quickly today. What was it? I can't think. Can't think. Stop that. Close that down. Yeah, it's gone for my feeble brain. My gadget's flying a proper plane. My. Do-do-do. Do. Bum. Righty. Tomorrow, back on again, usual time, 10 o'clock BST. About more flight sim stuff. I don't know what we'll do. We could continue to look at the navigation system. I think we've kind of done that for the moment until I flesh out the whole procedure for doing it and working out how to do that that crossing. Once I've done that, then I'll work out shittling and the livery. I'll work out shittling that round the world into the stream sometimes. Say it's going to be 9 long streams. As to when and how, I don't know. Come up with these good ideas. Trying to shuffle them into a stream is never easy. Majority of them will fit into the normal 6, or we can do a 7-hour stream. Possibly even 8 hour if we got our act together. Could even do Saturdays as well at a push occasionally, so yeah. We'll make a plan. I don't know what the plan is, but we'll make a plan. Well, that's for sure. Sim update. I haven't seen any more news. Let's have a quick look. Sim update 5 was penciled for this week. So when that drops, got that round the UK Spitfire flight I want to do. What are people saying about the latest? When Sim Update 5 when Sim Update 5 drops, there's there's a few bits of goodness in there. Obviously, hopefully some main thread splitting, which will make things a bit more sexier, make things running a bit better, which would be nice. Which hopefully enable possibly to do the Spitfire around the UK flights in VR, which would be awesome. The ATR is getting an update. We'll get a SSU4 AAU4 update from Working Title, so that'll be back in business. I've enjoyed flying that. We flew that a few times in 2020, so it'd be nice to have that as an option again as well. What else is coming up in that update? I don't know. Can't think of any top of my head. But when it will drop this week, I don't know. So it was an update on Tuesday. I think they kind of in the past they've dropped some updates on Thursdays. Tomorrow's Thursday. No, today's Thursday. Sorry. So when it will drop later tonight, they usually don't announce it. They kind of just go, "It's going," and they push it out. You go into game, it says you need to update. It's like, oh, okay. When are you expecting it to come next week or something? Farm Sim, we've got a new map coming into early access this weekend. A new one from Watch and David, Wickham Park. So we're looking at that hopefully next week, Monday night perhaps. But yeah, we'll work out. There's some other things I want to look at in Flight Sim as well. Check out what they've done in Beyond. There was an update for Beyond ATC. What did they do in there? There was a couple of VFR changes, but I can't think off the top of my head. There was a small emergency patch today. Not a lot of VFR. They fixed some stuff for general IFR. Oh, the traffic map. Yeah, because that's changed now. They've integrated it into their main app, and it's got timetables and stuff on it. They've reworked local voices, which should be good. I wonder see if they've sorted out. Perhaps we'll try that tomorrow, because the old VFR descending on the dead side came out descending on the city. So perhaps I did mention that. Whether they fixed doesn't say specifically. So, although it was just in IFR, perhaps it'll work for that as well. Lots of deadlocks and all sorts of stuff. So specific things I need to check, make sure the Lear jet and the Sister 414 are picked up now as aircraft, because they weren't before. And I told them about those two. A couple of things. Yeah, the new map. I wonder if we fired it up now. And we created a very basic flight planning nav map for where we are. We need some more of the tower, don't we? Has this airport here got tower? It has. What is this? Tango Juliet Bravo Quebec. Let's just do a very quick flight plan here. Add that to the thing, and add that to the thing. Save as flight plan. Save as never flight plan. Save file. Save as 24 flight plan. VFR. Open new. We're in the wrong plane, aren't we? 1 second. In flight. Let's drop into this baby. Because this is the one it didn't do before properly. Oh man. Oh man. We know. I say tequila. Tango Juliet Bravo Let's just up here, isn't it? Let's just do this. Let me know. Beyond ADC, fly. Connecting to sim and it's
Beyond
loading.
ATC connected.
Good, good. We'll have to check the Learjet as well, but oh. Yes, we've got the traffic map on here now. Let's go there. And then here. So I've integrated the traffic map into this now. There's probably not going to be a lot of traffic here. Oh, some around. Show timetable. Ah, that's brilliant. Why is this brilliant? Because A, you can click on stuff that's all parked here. Because when I was doing some testing at Bournemouth Airport to check how things were landing and the traffic was landing a bit weirdly, because this is a snapshot of from flight radar from way back when, there was no real knowing of whether stuff was due to land or not. Now we know. It's got a timetable which shows you what's coming in. So if I want to do some specific testing at Bournemouth or wherever, I can spawn in, fire up beyond, get this map up, and I can see what's due to come in. So I know, well, if there's nothing due to come for the next 3 hours, I'm pissing in the wind, trying to do some testing because there's nothing's going to arrive. But at least I'll be able to see what's coming in. Very nice. That is very good. I like that. I says arrivals coming in there. 303 Zulu. Well, that's 10 minutes. I'm just going to pop there. Let's because we can teleport there. Tango Juliet, Sierra Juliet. Let's have a quick look on here. There, here. Arrivals on my 10. Okay. Let's dump ourselves over there. Oh, hello. It's all right. Okay, in theory, there should be something landing. Oh, we've got those bloody markers on. Let me turn those off. Are they going to spawn in every time now? I don't know. Let's have a look at the traffic map again. So there's something arrived. There was 2 coming in. So this should highlight them. Yes, there's that one there. What is that? A320. It's just very good, isn't it? And then there's one just behind him. 77,600. Nice. That is awesome, isn't it? Liking that. Everything would give a comment in the Discord for that fella. That is brilliant. Where can we put that? Feedback forum? No. Lounge. That is very nice. Where are they? They'll be over there somewhere. Is that right? Yeah. Just wait here quickly and just see, watch these things land. Just see how they do here. Got some simulated traffic going in and out. Don't think these are yeah, that's yeah, these are simulated traffic. Spirit Frontier American. And we can see where these are. We can see where these are going. We can see where these are going. Departures. Look at this. It's brilliant. He's in taxi. Oh, this is brilliant. It tells you what state they're in. Cessnas 402, 408. There's a 208 due to depart. Oh man, alive. Brilliant. Brilliant. Can't see those other ones coming in though. That's just a multiplayer. I think takeoff was from this over here. I believe. Let's have a look. Departures runway 08, yes. Very good. This around to what other aircraft are here. So that's that. Was it a FedEx? It was a FedEx. FedEx 55. Because there was some GA planes as well. Look like, yeah, there was one little fellow there. A little FedEx 208. Was an MD-11 going out later? Parked. Huh. Didn't see that. There we go. FedEx MD-11. Haha. Cool. There we go. Some general aviations in here. That's not going to work very well. MTN 8122. That is a C408. I can tell that because it tells me. November 541. That should be a C68A. What's a C68A? No idea. Model 680A latitude. There you go. Ooh, there's a little fella taxiing back. Some more here. Very nice. I don't know why they've got carts parked under them. He's just starting up. Cap 5150. Says he's taxiing. Pushback. P212. A Tecnam P2012 Traveller. There you go. Huh. There's that FedEx down there is getting ready to shuffle out. Okay, we're just waiting for these, just want to see what these planes do when they land. I don't know who this pretty boy is in front of me here. In his Pilatus. GPD 152. Oh, this new timetable is the business. BC12, yes. Going to Tango Foxtrot, Foxtrot Juliet, wherever that is. No idea. Kind of FedEx is shooting the loop down there. Traffic map, zoom out. Okay, this first one will be this is very good. I'm liking this. And that one was just lit up blue here as an arrival, which will be out here somewhere, I imagine. Oh, he's over here. Okay, so he's coming from that side. So this one's going to land in a second. There goes that FedEx. Off to deliver some parcel somewhere. Shame it's such a shonky scenery. There goes that little P2012. When stuff works, it's awesome, isn't it? It just doesn't happen very often. That's the problem. Where's this fella? Okay, he's on finals. Can't see him. In the murky stuff over there somewhere. There goes the old FedEx. Gears going up. Nice. Oh, when things work, it's such a thing, isn't it? Just doesn't happen very often. No, can't see this dude. Oh, he's still a bit out, isn't he? Okay. He's just about to come over the bay now. Which is over there. He's way over there somewhere. He's over here somewhere. It's too far away yet. Oh, it goes Mr. FedEx. He's no, it's not. It's someone else. Yeah, there's Mr. FedEx. He's yeeted it. He's. God, how did he get up there? Yeah. Just want to see this one land. Just see what he does. Yeah, you can see the FedEx there. He's it's his trail. Easing off. Here comes this fella in. Can we see a pixel in the distance somewhere? Not so much. Bit far to hope for him to spawn, isn't it? A bit hopeful there for the LODs to see that. Wishful thinking. Still got to work out what I'm cooking for dinner tonight. Should be bustling to sight any time now. He's invisible. Should just be here somewhere. Oh, he is. Got him. Got him. In sight. Should be giving us a haircut any second now. Now, without that timetable, I'd be kind of hustling around, trying to check every plane that was in the area just to see if they happened to be coming into the airport, so doing testing. So, you know, here it comes. I can hear something. What's he do? I'm hoping he's going to go down to here. Please go down to here. Or here. That will do. I'd allow that. I'd allow that. No, that's cool. That is cool. Perhaps he's not going to stop at all. Everything's retracted. Nice. Well, a bit like me steering. Cool. What? That timetable's awesome, isn't it? Liking that. Nice work beyond. Nice work beyond. What? Have you ever seen Me Taxi? That's all I'm saying. Have you ever seen Me Taxi? Let's just leave it there. That is pretty cool. Right, my good people. I need to fork off. I need to fork off. Mr. Gadget's flying the Baron. He's in a B-58 on VATSIM. Oh, this must be the black square one. It is. It's the steam gauge one. Oh, awesome. That's cool. Nice bit of kit. Nice bit of kit. So yeah, we'll be back on 10 o'clock BST tomorrow, and I shall make a plan. But I enjoyed that. That was good fun. Hopefully a step closer to doing that to legit around the world, which is awesome. You too, Cool Dog. Thanks for popping in, dude. Enjoy your meetings, etc. Sim Update 5 tonight? You never know. We could be using Sim Update 5 tomorrow. What could possibly go wrong with that? I doubt it. I can't see it happening, but you never know. Never say never. Never say never. I'm going to say it. Never. It ain't going to happen. Next week. It's going to be next week. I'm telling you. I'm telling you now. Righty. I wouldn't scrutinise it too much. Oh, let's hope, eh? I think I've heard good things about the main thread processing, so I'm optimistic. Oh, doesn't it not? Okay. Oh dear, that's not good. I'm optimistic that things are on the up. Right, my good people, let's get the raid going. We're going to go and see Mr. Gadget, who's flying looks like the black square Bonanza. The Baron 58, which is an awesome bit of kit. Thanks for your company today. Good to meet some new people today. Awesome stuff. Thank you so much to Joachim for the 56 months. I've never looked at that. Why would I want to look at that? Why would I want to look at that? That'd be a foolish thing to do. Doesn't tell me anything. Yeah, it probably used to. Yeah, you're probably not wrong. You're probably not wrong. Anyway, have a good evening. What do you get up to? Perhaps we'll see you tomorrow during the day or tomorrow evening. If not, have a great weekend, and we'll catch you again sometime next week. Until then, take care. Thanks for being here. Look after your friends, your family, and your loved one, because that's what's important. and we'll see you again very soon. Thanks, Mia. Thanks for your company as always, and thank you so much for watching. We'll see you soon. Enjoy the raid, and we'll catch you next time. Ciao, ciao for now.